stands for Amazing Customer Experience Specialist. We have this position because at Better Way Health, we are passionate about supporting our customers on every level. In fact, some of the ACES team, they're going to be here with me today in the chat answering questions live. But before we get started, I do have a disclaimer. This presentation is for informational purposes only and is not intended to be a substitute for professional medical advice, diagnosis, or treatment. The information you will learn has not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. Always seek the advice of your physician or other qualified health provider with any questions you may have regarding a medical condition. Now, you're worth it. Your time is worth it. I just want to give everybody a chance. Close your email, close the 20 browser tabs open on your computer, put your phone on Do Not Disturb, and ask the kids not to do anything crazy for the next hour. As a father of 3, good luck with that last one. And also, be ready to listen and take notes because Dr. Jill has a lot to cover. She teaches fast, but don't worry, we will have a replay just in case you miss anything. And one little quick update for you. We've had some slides that have been acting funny. So if you see some pictures that might be cut off or a few words cut off, we're going to try to address everything, but you might see some of that tonight. So just as a heads up. Now, time for tonight. I am excited for tonight. First, I really just want to give a lay of the land. And really what's going to happen tonight is Dr. Jill is going to start by teaching us. She's going to kick it off and she is going to take us through an incredible presentation on the connection between your brain and your immune system. Then Dr. Jocelyn Strand is going to take us through the concept of trained immunity and why it's so important. And then we have a very special offer for those of you who stick around. And we're going to follow that up with a live Q&A where we will answer all the questions that you ask here tonight in the chat. Now, please allow me to introduce to you Dr. Jill Carnahan. Dr. Jill is a highly respected functional and integrative medical doctor whose compassionate approach focuses on uncovering root causes of illnesses and creating personalized paths toward healing. With an extensive experience as a physician, educator, author, and internationally sought-after speaker, Dr. Jill is passionate about helping both patients and healthcare professionals discover hope, restore health, and truly thrive. We are deeply grateful to have her with us today, and we look forward to learning from her wisdom, experience, and inspiring commitment to personalized whole-person care. And there's a congratulations in store because Dr. Jill, she just surpassed 1 million subscribers on YouTube. So we know that's 1 million lives that have been impacted. So congratulations, Dr. Jill. That's incredible. And I'm also excited to introduce to you our very own Dr. Jocelyn Strand, who is the Vice President in Clinical Education Research here at Better Way Health. She is a naturopathic physician with more than 20 years of experience in integrative and functional medicine. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we can get started. Dr. Jill, the floor is yours. You're good to get going.
Awesome. Hey guys, I am super excited to be here wherever you are in the world. I see all of you saying hello. I love teaching, and so I couldn't be more happy. And I really love partnering with Better Way Health and with Jocelyn. We were just talking about how much fun we have together when we get to co-teach an event. So you're going to have fun tonight. Buckle up for a great story. And the story, I always like to tell stories, but the story is going to be impactful for your practice, which is probably why you're here. I want to start with a story. And that story is based on the fact that the future of longevity is your immune system. October 2025, I flew into Geneva, Switzerland. I had been invited kind of at the last minute to a longevity summit, one of the first of its kind in Geneva. And I was a little nervous because it was international. I was with a lot of people I had never met and didn't know. And it turned out that a lot of the world leaders, Dubai, London, Spain, Portugal, Switzerland, you name it, were there. And a lot of these really profound clinic owners were there. And here I am on the stage getting ready to teach. Now, before me, there was stem cell experts, exosome experts, people who were doing hyperbaric and all kinds of really cutting edge things, even like non-invasive, facial reconstructions and you name it. It was lots of really high tech, really cool things, really expensive for the patient. And I got on the stage and I was kind of humbled because I thought, I'm going to talk about the immune system. But what I did after hearing all of those lectures is I walked very confidently on the stage and I started out with a simple phrase. I said, the future of longevity is your immune system. And you could have heard a pin drop because I started talking about we can have all of these fancy, expensive. I use peptides. I like plasma exchange. I like these things. They're so helpful for our patients. So I'm an advocate. And at the same time, if we're ignoring our immune system at the core, which we are, I remember in medical school, the immune system was kind of a doormat. It was something we kind of ran through and ran over and didn't really talk about. Well, I'll tell you what, it's getting its show-stopping stardom now. And I think there is nothing more important that you could learn about our health and about how to help your patients and clients than understanding the immune system and the power it has over the brain and the heart and the gut and pretty much any system in your body. And as many of you are seeing, I'm always one of those people that's just out there watching and curious and witnessing what's happening in our world. And what I've seen in clinic, and I'm sure many of you could agree, and I'd love to see your comments, even though I'm going to be presenting, not watching everybody else, you can comment. I would love to see if any of you have been seeing this phenomenon. 52-year-old woman walks in, super healthy, does all the right things, eats all the right foods, exercises every day, not too much, not too little, has friends, has community, great life, loves her job. She just got shingles. What is going on? Next day, 32-year-old, same story, and on and on. And whether it's shingles or turbo cancers in young people like colon cancer at 25, you all are seeing more and more of these things. And if you're like me, the curiosity drives the question, what's going on? Right? What is going on? There is no doubt that our immune systems are changing and we need more powerful tools. So tonight, I just want to lay that framework because I'm going to promise to introduce some concepts here that will change the way you look at immune system. Now, I could talk about all kinds of things like shingles and recurrence of Epstein-Barr and cancer. Tonight, we're going to focus on the brain, and we're going to focus on cognition and Alzheimer's and some of the things related to the brain, because one of the most exciting things that has come out on beta-glucan research is the power it has to change our brains, our moods. And I want to postulate that what if 95% of cognitive and mood disorders were actually linked back to just a dysfunctional immune system? And lately, I've been gone on record when I'm teaching or writing blogs or whatever else I'm doing out there on saying, you know, I really believe there's very few cases of organic depression, anxiety, insomnia, because in my clinical experience, almost always I see a link to dysfunctional immune system, a gut infection, or any number of deficiencies in nutrients. And so many times what we thought was organic, that it's just my family history, is no longer the case, and that we actually have an ability to change that because we can go to the root cause. Okay, so first a little primer on gut immune access. This is really important because it's going to frame everything we talk about tonight. This is just a slide talking about the gut-brain axis and showing these microglia. The microglia are the equivalent to our innate immune cells, and they can be either good cops or bad cops. These microglia, when they're good cops, they're pruning appropriately, they're taking care of debris, they're not creating any neurofibrillary tangles or amyloid plaques, they're actually increasing synaptic junctions. But when they go rogue, when they get overactivated or hit with an infection or toxin or noxious stimuli, they can become bad cops where they start cutting off things that have no business being cutting. They prune, they over prune, so that all of a sudden we lose synaptic junctions. We start to experience cognitive decline. So this understanding of the microglia as immune cells of the brain is absolutely crucial to our discussion. I love this because you can see that little police officer in the top left there. He's like doing the surveillance. These are all the many functions of those microglia. They are the resident immune cells of the brain. So when we control the immune system, we also control the microglia. And that makes a difference because so many of the disorders we're seeing, depression, anxiety, insomnia, bipolar, etc., even ADHD, are related to this microglia dysfunction. And for sure, we're going to get to the topic of dementia and Alzheimer's. How many of you are seeing more and more cases of younger patients with dementia and Alzheimer's? Please pop in the chat if you have any comments on that. They do phagocytosis, they change neuronal excitability, they do synaptic pruning, as I mentioned, which can be appropriate for getting rid of senescent cells that are dead and not working appropriately. But if you're over pruning, you can lead to cognitive decline. So these things really do matter, and you can see all of those rules. So having the microglia function as part of the immune system is really crucial. Now, this inflammatory cascade can happen in chronic disease, autoimmunity, dysbiosis, or systemic cytokine production. One of my topics I love to talk about is mold-related illness. We see this all the time when mold triggers innate immune responders like IL-2, IL-6, TNF-alpha, and many others. And we have this over-inflammatory cytokine response that's trying to protect the body, but it ends up doing collateral damage. Well, that same process can be happening in the microglia of the brain. So activated microglia, these bad cops, release cytokines and ROS that can lead to damage and neuronal loss. And like I said, that's just something we don't want to see. Now, this is interesting. Many of you heard about lymphatic system. Back in med school, 20 plus years ago for me, we did not even know what the lymphatics were. So this is new information in the last several decades, and it really drives the CSF fluid, the flush of these plaques, and the cleaning. You can think of it as at bedtime, your brain washes itself. And if you have dysfunction in the lymphatics, say that 3 times fast, or you have dysfunction with the immune system, it's almost like you have a clogged drain and your brain can't flush out at night. And that's a big deal because that also increases your risk of cognitive dementia or other forms of cognitive decline. When this impaired clearance, it can predict increased amyloid deposition, accelerated neurodegeneration, and faster clinical progression of Alzheimer's and dementia. So again, understanding that is really quite a big deal. So this immune-mediated gut-brain communication, as Dr. Jocelyn will also share, goes both ways. We often think about the gut-brain connection, the brain-gut connection, and vice versa. And we're going to also talk tonight about the gut microbiome and the microbiome brain and how that talks back and forth. So this first few minutes, I want to just give you a primer or an overview about how the gut-brain connection works, because when you understand that, you'll understand the power of beta-glucans and how they can actually modulate brain function, cognition, and mood, and immune function, of course. So these gut prime T cells can traffic through visceral adipose, and they can have a mediation through the CXCL12 gut-brain fat axis, and they can modulate the glial homeostasis that I mentioned. So whether we're doing microglia upregulation or downregulation, and these metabolites like short-chain fatty acids, which you'll hear us talk a lot about tonight as well, are some of the mediators or communication messengers between the gut and the brain. So these are a couple key concepts I also want to introduce. One is immunosenescence and one is inflammatory aging. You might have heard these are kind of like popular terms maybe on social media. So immunosenescence just means we have T cells and B cells and all of these things, but especially in the innate immune system, we have these T cells that have a role of, natural killer cells might be fighting cancer or viral reactivation that might have helped my friend who just got shingles. So those are the kind of things we're looking for. But what happens with immunosenescence is these very poor form of functioning macrophages hang around way long after they're welcome, and they are dysfunctional. So they're taking up space and creating dysfunction. They're not working well at all, maybe 20% at capacity, and they should be having cell-programmed death, and they're not. They're hanging around. Now, does anyone know, throw an answer in the chat before I give you the answer, of what is one of the most common things I've seen in the last several years that causes immunosenescence and T cell dysfunction? Any guesses? If you don't know, yeah, someone said mold. Yes, definitely. What I've seen biggest thing in the last 6 years is COVID, long COVID, post-COVID, spike protein. Basically, when the macrophages hang on to that spike protein, they get very dysfunctional. You can actually now measure this with lab tests, so it's very proven. You can actually see from the polybio research and some of these great researchers that are out there doing evidence post-mortem. They're doing biopsies of lung and different tissues, and they're seeing this retained spike protein. So this is not new, this is not shocking, and this is based in science. But that's one of the things that can cause dysfunctional macrophages. What happens then is this age-related remodeling. So whether it's because of an infection, because of mold, because of long COVID, or because of just our age, over the age of 60, these T cells become very dysfunctional. And so they're taking up space and they're not useful at all. Other things that can contribute are lifestyle exposures, infections, oxidative stress, mold, a big one, and exposure to UV radiation pollution. How many of you have had wildfires recently in some part of the US? We have here in Colorado, and that's a big damaging factor as well. So what does this inflammation do? It's a definite systemic driver of cognitive decline. This particular cross-sectional study of 873 non-demented adults, so these were 70 to 90-year-old healthy, non-cognitively impaired individuals, showed higher interleukin-12 and interleukin-6 were associated with slower processing speed and impaired executive function. So we know these cytokines drive the microglia activation, and they cross the blood-brain barrier, and they contribute independent of cardiovascular risk, metabolic factors, depression, lifestyle, etc. Even ApoE status, which I check all of my patients for that, this matters. So supporting inflammation is a contributing factor. First of all, inflammation is a contributing factor to dementia. And if we know ways to support this with nutrients like beta-glucans, we can make a big difference in the cognitive health of our patients. Okay, so stress. I love to talk about stress because we're all under stress at one time or another, if not most days. And stress has a huge effect on cognition and neuroinflammation. And in a few moments, I'll get to a slide when I'm presenting the data on the studies of how beta-glucans can actually modulate stress and cortisol levels as well as the immune system. So chronic stress overactivates this HPA axis. We all know this, but sustained cortisol, if you flee the tiger and it doesn't go away, like you're in a divorce, so you've lost your job or you've had a death in the family, those stressors remain elevated for a long time, and this pro-inflammatory cytokine release becomes incessant and damaging. So this stress can be associated with reduction of gut microbial diversity. Things like lactobacillus can go down, things like Clostridia bad players can go up, and it results in systemic inflammation linked to neuroinflammation. Kind of no surprise there. And this study talks about cortisol-mediated brain aging, so that stress, we know, drives cortisol, increasing amyloid beta production and tau hyperphosphorylation, and this high perceived stress in older adults. So this is interesting. Note that word perceived. This is where mind-body work comes in, because if we perceive something as a stressor, our body responds as if there's a tiger in front of us. So we may have just an argument with our boss, and that could be perceived as a threat, and we go into fight or flight and have some high elevated cortisol that remains high for a while because we're ruminating on it. But if we have a fight with our boss, but we're like, oh, you know what? They just, they didn't mean anything by that. And we let it go and we don't ruminate. Those two different responses have a very different physiological response in the body. And we know that chronic glucocorticoid elevation can cause synaptic loss, impairing memory and information processing. Okay, I want to run through now just the backbone. Like I told you, this will be quick because you kind of know this already, but I want to give us a framework. And the key concepts on the gut-brain connection are these: bidirectional communication, neuroinflammatory regulation, short-chain fatty acid and hormone production, and mood and mental health. So we're going to just briefly talk about all these things, and then we'll go on to the data on beta-glucans. So LPS-mediated microglial activation, another mouthful. What that means is LPS is lipopolysaccharide. That is a coating of gram-negative bacteria in the gut. And these LPS, if they cross over from the gut lumen into the immune system, they are very, very potent triggers to immune inflammation. And we know that this leaky gut causing bacterial translocation of metabolites like LPS is one of the single most inflammatory mediators for our immune system. Now, later on, you're going to see a study where they showed mice who had been pre-treated with beta-glucans had a decreased inflammatory immune response. And you know what they used to give that inflammatory immune response? Surprise, LPS. So LPS is a very common thing in lab testing and studies where they'll use that LPS to actually trigger an immune response to test in humans or mice. Here we go, just connection with LPS and depression. Key bacteria can be linked to major depressive disorder by way of LPS-mediated toll-like receptor 4 interaction. So I didn't have time in this lecture to explain the whole entire mechanism of how LPS triggers depression and inflammation, but leave it to say it does use toll-like receptor 4, and that's the doorway into triggering that innate immune response. And this gut barrier disruption causes inflammation, elevated levels of IL-6, TNF-alpha, and it reduces brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So these things are, like I said, important in our bidirectional communication. This just reminds us that the vagus nerve is a major highway of communication, and the microbes in the gut can produce things like GABA, serotonin that affect mood and cognition. And the gut microbes can actually influence immune response through those neurotransmitters as well. So we have the gut communicating with the brain through the vagus nerve, and the brain communicating through the gut with the vagus nerve, and then these neurotransmitters that are often produced in the gut making headway as well. It's hard to see that half of the slide, but the bottom line is here. It just shows that on the healthy individual, we have this bidirectional communication and modulation of immune function. On the left, which you can't see, but I'll just tell you what it has, is it has this elevation in cortisol, which increases depression symptoms in the brain, increases IL-6, TNF-alpha, and some of those inflammatory cytokines. A balanced microbiome leads to a very healthy, regulated immune system. And again, we're going to get more and more data as we continue to study this about how the microbiome and the immune system interact. And I believe, even though I'm presenting data today on how beta glucans can modulate the immune system, I think a ton of that happens through the gut microbiome. And even though we already know some of that to be true, day to day, even as I speak, there are studies coming out showing that the beta glucans influence the immune system. One pathway is the microbiome. So let's go back there real quickly. Just briefly, short-chain fatty acids. You're going to hear a lot about this. These are things like butyric acid, which are derived from the fermentation of fibrous substances, both insoluble and soluble fiber in the colon. These are really powerful agents. They're protective against cardiovascular disease. They're protective against brain dysfunction, mood disorders, and cognition decline. And they're really, really important in our overall health. How many of you are doing stool tests that are checking levels of butyric acid? Question. If you're not, you should be, because that's a really good indicator of someone who's very low on that very key marker. And hormone regulation, microbiota can actually impact the production, like we said, of cortisol, of female and male hormones, and these insulin like growth factors, and can cause all kinds of things, even like prediabetes. And as you all know about GLP-1, the medications that are going, so popular with people for weight loss, we have natural GLP-1 from the microbiota of the gut. So we are actually every day producing GLP-1. Short-chain fatty acids, we just mentioned that crucial role in maintaining brain health. They modulate microglia. So remember, good cop, bad cop? These are one of the factors that modulate that behavior and can be influenced by beta-glucans. They influence the blood-brain barrier permeability, and they impact neurotransmitter levels as well. So once again, I think these are one of the lesser thought about, very, very important things in our discussion today. So if that picture were all the way full, what you'd see there is just acetate, butyrate, and propionate are the three main short-chain fatty acids that we talk about. And as you see that line off to regulate, these guys regulate expression of inflammatory cytokines. And we know that Treg cells can suppress immune response from other cells. So our Treg cells are like, I always say, Th17 is like the one that comes up when there's lots of infection. It increases the amount of cytokines produced, the amount of immune cell response. And it does so if we're in the presence of a bacterial infection, like tick-borne infection, or maybe some co-infection like Babesia or Bartonella, or any of these kinds of things. These bacteria, even strep, will cause upregulation of Th17. And then we have more proneness to autoimmune disease because the molecular mimicry can cause cross-reaction to our own tissues, like MS or rheumatoid arthritis. However, Treg cells, which you see there in the blue, are things that kind of are like the bouncers at the bar that say, hey guys, calm down, don't overreact. We don't have any dangerous things like infections, and we need to behave or we're going to have trouble. Just once again, here we're missing what's on there, but it's basically the neuroendocrine system and the hormones and their interaction. So we know in this 12-week intervention with fructose oligosaccharides, these are prebiotics. The mechanism was that probiotics increase bifidobacter and lactobacillus, which increase fermentation in the colon, increase production of short-chain fatty acids. And in this study, fascinating, it actually supported hippocampal, our memory center of the brain, neurogenesis, meaning the hippocampus grew from a gut intervention that increased the short-chain fatty acid production. How cool is that, that we can actually increase the amount of hippocampal size and volume in our brain through short-chain fatty acids? Okay, now clearly you can't see this slide, but I'm going to tell you what it is just because it's important, and I'll have you look at this for the moment. So that slide talked about this kynurenate pathway, and if you've never seen or heard of that before, this is an important pathway that can steal from our stores of serotonin and basically hijack and create kynurenic acid and quinolinic acid, which is neuroinflammatory and can cause programmed cell death in the brain. So when the body is upregulated, there's an enzyme called IDO. This IDO is upregulated, and that will cause this stealing of serotonin that makes us happy, sleepy. Think of post-Thanksgiving meal if you've had turkey and all those high serotonin foods and you're sleepy, happy watching football. That's a good serotonin state. But when your body steals the serotonin through this pathway and creates more neuroinflammatory cytokines, that can be one of these root causes of depression. And as we mentioned here, Alzheimer's disease is really a systemic failure that's heavily influenced by this bidirectional pathway. So just understanding this inflammation, the gut-brain connection, and all the factors that play into it is going to help us understand why beta-glucans have such power to intervene and make a change for our patients. Okay, take a deep breath, or maybe that's for me, right? What I want to do before we just talk about the power of beta glucans is I never want to forget beta glucans are amazing. I don't know if I've ever seen a molecule that has such power to help us with our dysfunctional immunity, which is why I set the stage of the future of longevity is the immune system. I don't know if there's any other molecule as beta glucan, but whenever I'm teaching, I don't want us to forget the basics that are so core that we sometimes forget. And those are things like diet, nutrition. Western diet tends to break down the brain, causes more LPS. Nutrition, basically, we know this matters so very much. And in some of the studies, one comprehensive 2022 review by a team of leading experts in nutrition and immunology showed that micronutrients are key, gut health matters, and this meta-analysis found that consuming probiotic fermented dairy products significantly reduced the risk of infection in the elderly. So surprise, surprise, nutrition matters, right? That's not a big deal. Physical activity, there are some really key data. I would say this might be one of the most peripheral but most important things that we can do. And as we study this, I think the data points to all types of exercise, both strength, movement like yoga, and then also aerobic, like zone 2 aerobic is one of my favorite evidence-based interventions. This particular review highlights that immunosenescence, we talked about that, those cells that are useless and hanging around way after their usefulness has expired. And it showed that the age-related decline in immune function is a major driver of frailty, infection risk, poor vaccine response, and morbidity in older adults. Again, no surprise. But exercise was linked to higher numbers of naive T cells, this would mean like those new, healthy, robust T cells, and better thymic output and improved natural killer cells. So we know this when we add in physical activity. And stress, again, you guys don't need me to tell you this, but just a few stats. Chronic stress was associated with greater percentage of terminal differentiated, those are immunosenescence T cells, older, more exhausted cells that have no function and are hanging around, taking up space. In addition, it was related to lower CD4, CD8 ratios, which is common. How many of you are doing CD4, CD8 ratios and T and B cell testing? Maybe mention in the chat if you are. I'm definitely doing those frequently in patients, and I'm seeing this very commonly, CD4, CD8 ratio being below the normal limit. In addition, chronic stress was shown to cause older seemingly adults obviously get more infections, things like recurrence of varicella, which is herpes, recurrence of Epstein-Barr, which often leads to chronic fatigue. All these things are related. Sleep also absolutely important. And again, it seems so basic that we're like, okay, that's not very sexy to talk about sleep. One of the things that I always find people ask me like how I function in the world, and this is one of my non-negotiables. I sleep really well. I happen to be one whose genetic mutant is able to concentrate deep sleep. So for a couple of days, if I get 4 or 5 hours of sleep, I can still get the same hours of deep as I would with 7. Now, that's not sustainable for me or anyone else, but I always find that to be my superpowers. I can sleep really well, and normally I wake up refreshed. In a 2024 review article exploring the bidirectional relationship between sleep and the immune system, the implications were that sleep modulates, as we talked about, that washing of the brain during the night happens, and that lymphatic system needs that time. And if we're not sleeping, we don't have that drain. The drain is plugged, and we're accumulating toxic load. And this particular study highlighted the need to maintain adequate sleep, ideally 7 to 7.5 hours per night, and examining that this, without that sleep, we had a much more inflammatory, dysfunctional immune response. Okay, finally, the topic you've been waiting for. We're going to dive now in the last half of this presentation into beta glucans, where they fit in, why they are so powerful, why you need to know about this on Monday morning. There's 3 clinically relevant mechanisms of beta glucan. One is this dectin-1 recognition. So we actually have on our immune cells a dectin-1 receptor. Beta glucan fits like lock and key into that. It's like these were made for modulating our immune system. And they were, because many of these are found in mushrooms and yeast and plants, which is in our environment. So it's the way that our body has found a cohesive existence balance with nature, and that immune modulation is really important. We're going to talk about trained innate immunity. So you've heard me talk about this innate immune system, the cytokine response that is responsible for a lot of the damage of the brain, the depressive mood disorders, and many other things. And we're going to introduce a new concept where the innate immune system, which we used to talk about as the quick-acting, non-specific immune system. So if you remember back to med school, Immunology 101, it was innate immune system is the T cells, the natural killer cells, all the ones I've just been talking about. And these cells are quick and they're non-specific. So they come really quickly, respond, take care of things, but they're non-specific. The adaptive immune response, on the other hand, is very specific. It creates antibodies and memory B cells to things it's seen before, so that if you get another case of chickenpox, you won't get sick. You get a second or third case of COVID, you may or may not get sick, or any one of these things that you've had immunity to, you remember that infection and you fight it. Well, now, based on the new research, we know that we can train that innate immune system to respond faster, stronger, more robustly. And one of the main trainers for that is beta-glucans. And then this gut-brain microglia affects through the production of short-chain fatty acids. And as I mentioned, that was why we talked so long about that, because it's very, very important. One of my favorite things about talking about beta-glucans, and especially Better Way Health beta-glucans, is these are backed by thousands of studies. Anytime you go into the literature and you can find thousands and thousands of peer-reviewed research on a topic, you know that it's been thought about and studied for a very long time. And even though I've got lots of brand new studies and some very interesting data tonight, this has an enormous amount of research out there, maybe more than almost any other supplement that I've spoken about in the past. So let's talk a little bit about beta-glucan in the brain. This is just a really pretty picture, AI derived. We'll give credit where credit is due, but cool nonetheless. Where we look at the restoring of the gut immune interface on the left, you have that remodeling of the microbiome and the stimulating of the gut shield, that protective barrier, and then blocking the immune LPS translocation. And this can quiet the microglia that are the bad guys and calm the immune system in the brain and decrease oversynaptic pruning and some of the things we discussed before. Okay, so I want to go through a few studies just to show you the power of the research that's already out here. This study revealed a highly targeted mechanism that a single dose of beta-glucan successfully activated the microglia, but notably did not trigger a harsh inflammatory cytokine storm. So just for a moment, if you humor me and go back to mold-related illness, what we know about mold is mold will also trigger the innate immune response, but what happens is a runaway train. With mold stimulating the immune response, we have this runaway innate immune response that goes crazy and causes collateral damage. And much of the chronic inflammatory response syndrome, or CIRS, or mold-related illness is this runaway immune system. Well, what's really cool about beta-glucans is they can stimulate the immune system to be more effective and function better. It's that trained innate immune system, but it also modulates and doesn't overreact. In this study, they injected mice with beta-glucan derived from Saccharocerevisiae and compared the cellular effects from saline, and they, of course, injected them with LPS. And they showed that there was a highly targeted mechanism for those who had been pre-treated with one dose of beta-glucans, but also that it didn't extend this inflammatory response. So really amazing things happening. And we see that beta-glucan can activate the microglia back to the immune system in the brain in a controlled, non-inflammatory way. And this is powerful because, like I said, mold is a case of cytokine overactivation, but it's uncontrolled and damaging to the entire system. I mentioned we talk about cortisol levels, and in here we see that cortisol levels can be modulated even from the release of cortisol being downregulated by giving beta-glucans. Now, this was a fish study, but I think that's interesting to include that all animals are affected by beta-glucans. To me, it makes the molecule all the more fascinating that we all coexisted and co-evolved in the environment to be with this molecule, that we have dectin receptors. So here we have beta-glucans, the gut-brain shield against Alzheimer's. Again, a really cool graphic here just showing how the microbial connection between the gut-brain and how halting neuroinflammation may be starting with our gut, with short-chain fatty acids, and with regulating those microglia through the gut-brain crosstalk that we talked about. So Alzheimer's specifically, this is a pivotal study showing neuroprotection of beta-glucans. This showed that the administration of beta-glucans actually improved memory. And as I showed you that earlier slide, we could be increasing hippocampal volume. That's dramatic. And this particular proteoglucan from maitake mushroom was providing potential benefit for a brain aging related to memory dysfunction. So I think it should be definitely part of our protocols as we treat dementia and cognitive decline. And here we go with short chain fatty acids. Now, to be clear, there are other forms. Today, we're talking about yeast-derived beta-glucans. Those are the ones that are in the Better Way Health that has been studied extensively, and I'm presenting a lot of that data. But we also know there's some 1,3 forms of beta-glucans that can be found as soluble fiber, like in oats and in our diet. Those definitely have a profound effect on microbiota, on short-chain fatty acids, and on the gut, but they don't have the same innate immune system training, because what happens with those non-soluble beta-glucans from yeast is they're just chunks of material in the system with the dectin receptor. And it's like the macrophages have to engulf that chunk of beta-glucan versus a soluble beta-glucan in the bloodstream where they don't have anything to grab onto. So in order for this innate immune system to be trained, as I'm telling you, is such a powerful effect, you need to be using the yeast-derived 1,6 beta-glucans, not the food. Now, the food-derived ones have other benefits for cardiovascular disease and all these other things that we have seen out there, but it's not the same when you get oats in your diet. It's not going to modulate the immune system. So this data that I'm presenting is really specific for the yeast-derived beta-glucans, and they can increase the short-chain fatty acids. So I'll go back to that 1 second here and tell you, this showed that in a 15-week mouse model, the beta-glucans, which resist digestion, the ones that are yeast-derived, actually increased short-chain fatty acids, and we know the power there for heart and brain. And they go into the systemic circulation, and they're one of the ways where we have the cross-talk between the gut and the brain. Psychological benefits under stress. I promised you this slide that showed improving the immune system with Baker's yeast beta-glucans, again derived from yeast, had a noticeable effect on maintaining health and positive mental attitude in psychologically stressed women. So the study, interesting, you know how we always talk about there's not enough studies with women. This one happened to be on women, so I love that that was included, and that this beta-glucans containing supplement reduced the incidence of upper respiratory tract symptoms and improved psychological well-being at the same time. So once again, you might be asking, I think I've told you several times, but I want to just come back to this. In mold, if we take that example, mold can trigger immune response, but it's not a good thing because it runs away and causes damage to the tissues, molecular mimicry, autoimmune disease, and all kinds of awful things that we don't want to see. In the case of beta-glucans, we are seeing study after study show that it will upregulate improvement in the immune function and that trained autoimmunity, but it won't cause immune damage like in the case of mold. This 2020 study investigated whether 13 days of 250 milligrams per day of yeast beta-glucans could mitigate exercise-induced muscle damage and systemic inflammation. How cool is that? So we all know if we go work out really hard, next couple days we have sore muscles. In this particular study, they showed that after a strenuous treadmill test, 55% at their peak aerobic capacity, they had much less pain and inflammation and cytokine production post-exercise in the 2 days that follow. So pretty cool stuff there. I just added this study last night because it's hot off the press last year, a systemic review, as we're talking about mood, on meta-analysis in the European Journal of Clinical Nutrition with 16 randomized controlled trials and almost 1,500 healthy participants, showed that beta-glucans significantly reduced fatigue, increased vigor. I think that's because it's a European study, because we don't use that word very much, right? Vim and vigor, it increased. So, and versus placebo. So how cool is that? And it improved because of the beta-glucan. Now, in this study, because it's a meta-analysis, there was many different forms and brands of beta-glucans, but what we show at the end of the day is that the yeast-derived beta-glucans are powerful all over the place. And then back to our trained immunity in beta-glucans, again, yeast-derived beta-glucans showed a potent inducer of epigenetic and functional reprogramming of the innate immune cells. Now, I meant to mention this at the beginning, but in just a couple slides, I'm going to present some really amazing data done in-house by Better Way Health. It's some of the best data I've ever seen on beta-glucans and the power. And while you might think we looked at cognition or some of these other things, what we looked at was epigenetic aging and expression. So we actually looked at changes in epigenetics. I think this is one of the most cutting edge ways that we could study this. And again, stay tuned because what I'm going to present to you will blow your mind. Immunosenescence. So this is again those T cells that get old and ragged and dysfunctional, and they're hanging around, rocking in their rocking chairs, not doing anything good at all. They're just causing damage and telling stories and gossiping. And so these guys are hanging around. They're not welcome, and that's immunosenescence. Well, we see that the beta-glucan supplemented production and young and aged mice without disturbing immune homeostasis. So what we saw was more naive T cells that were healthy and robust in helping us get the activity we need against infections in both young and aged mice. And we see this trained immunity across all age groups. This is so cool because we see that even in, I believe this study was individuals over 60. So only, not that that's that old, I'm getting closer and closer and closer to those ages. But in the study, in the men and women over the age of 60, this intervention of beta-glucans also worked for these cell senilants, the immunosenescent cells that are hanging around. Like I said, picture them as grumpy old men in their rocking chairs, just gossiping and not doing anything good at all for the immune system, taking up space, not helping us out. So what's really cool is this is going to work for your older patients with dementia. It's going to work for your younger patients, your sick patients. And this also tested critically ill septic patients. So sometimes we're worried about, can we use these kinds of things in the hospital environment? Well, this study proved that it was also effective in the critically ill patients, which again is pretty profound. Okay, so as we wrap up and I tell you about the really cool study that I promised, this is really a nice summary slide of all that's happening. So what you see is the dectin receptors on the immune macrophages that are grabbing onto that beta-glucan and causing central and peripheral training of the immune system. It's kind of like boot camp for the immune system. And then we have this anti-tumor effect, broad spectrum infection resistance, even in the innate immune, not just the adaptive. And we even see accelerated wound and muscle repair, which we saw in that study of the aerobic exercisers that had less soreness after their exercise on a treadmill. All right, now for the study. I'm so proud of Better Way Health for this study. This was a 12-week study, and it was interesting because the first time I presented it, it was just, I think, literally the day it had come out last fall. So it's so exciting because now we have even more data. This was a 12-week human study, and what we used as the outcome, or what they used, I should say, I didn't have anything to do with this, just that I get to talk about it. But what they used is the epigenetic programming, the signals, the methylation patterns that we know from true diagnostics that determine favorable shifts. So basically, epigenetic age reduction after intervention. And what they saw in this study was that 7 of the 11 categories: brain, metabolic health, blood, liver, musculoskeletal system, and inflammatory signaling, which was the most significant, all reduced their epigenetic age. So how cool is that? So back to my first slide. Longevity, the future of longevity is immune resilience. This is it, guys. This shows exactly what we started off with. We're coming back full circle, that the body doesn't operate in silos. And how cool is it that metabolically and brain and liver, I mean, all of these things that we haven't even talked about yet, although they're all one big cohesive unit, saw improvements in metabolic aging, the biggest of which was the immune system and inflammation. So really powerful stuff. Dr. Jocelyn jumped on because she is an expert about this study, and I want to make sure that I didn't forget anything. And I'll just hand it over to her as I kind of show this last slide where we started with our cutoff head. Sorry, guys, technical difficulties.
Thanks so much, Jill. That was really amazing. Like every time that I listen to you speak, I learn so much from you, and yeah, just great educator. And what I wanted to add on the True Diagnostic study is just that it really supports everything that you have been teaching in this particular webinar, right? Which is that the immune system is what we know, where we know beta glucan has physiological activity, so biological activity. And yet we saw it have these effects system-wide, including the brain, of course, and inflammation in the immune system. And so these are all of the things we're talking about today, and really helping us to frame the fact that the immune system is sort of this master coordinator that has activity across the whole body. So really exciting. And I'll also chime in and say it's really incredible to work with a company that is willing to put sort of invest time, resources, and have the commitment to do independently done research as well. So yeah, really, really great. So I'm opening my clicker. One moment. Okay. Did you want to say anything else to wrap up, or you feel, can I move into this piece? Okay. All right. So Jill took you through the gut-brain immune axis. So much great information there. And again, we're seeing that connection between the gut, the microbiome, the immune system, and the brain, and how much communication happens there. I'm going to do just a little bit deeper dive on what trained immunity is and how it works, and why our BWH85, so our exact form of beta glucan, is the best available inducer of trained immunity. So I think the easiest way to understand trained immunity is to think about physical training. It's something that most of us have either done or we're very familiar with how it works. So if I go to the gym today, immediately there are biological changes that start happening in my body. My nervous system is starting to kick in. I'm starting to build strength, but I don't walk out of the gym that day fit. I become fit because I continue to go back and I continue to generate that biological signal. And my body will recognize the demand, adapt to it, and then over time it develops a greater capacity. And this is a lot how the innate immune system does something with trained immunity. So beta glucan is the signal, like the lifting of the weights, and it binds to our innate immune cells. So again, that's the initial signal, but trained immunity is what develops because of that introduction of the beta glucan. And that happens over time. So with repeated exposure, there are lasting changes in how the innate immune cells will function. And as Jill said, that even extends to the bone marrow, and that produces the next generation of those cells. So we're not talking about boosting the immune system. We don't want an immune system that's louder or more aggressive necessarily. We want one that's better prepared, better coordinated, and more capable of responding appropriately to whatever comes next. And that's what we mean when we talk about immune intelligence. So the biological changes begin immediately, the capacity develops over time, and then consistency of the dosing is what allows that capacity to become fully expressed. So often we think about the gut as a digestive organ, but it's much more than that, as you heard today from Dr. Jill. It's also an immune organ, and that's why it's such an ideal place for us to work with modifying immune activity. And you can see here in the slide that about 70% of the immune tissue, and some people say, some sources will say up to 90% of our immune tissue is actually located in our gastrointestinal tract. And that's in something called GALT, the gut-associated lymphoid tissue. And the reason that's important is because it makes the gut an ideal place to work with modulating an immune function, not just to keep the gut healthy in order to modulate the immune system, but to have direct access to the immune system itself, which is something that was kind of a switch in my mind. I always modified the gut in order to treat the immune system. And there's a real opportunity here for us to modify the immune activity by working directly with it inside the gut. So when we introduce beta glucan here, it has the opportunity to work directly with the majority of the immune tissue in our entire body, which, I mean, that is just, to me, is kind of mind-blowing. So once we understand that the gut is an immune organ, then it's easy to understand why it's so influential for the gut-brain immune axis. The immune system really is the central hub that connects the gut and the brain through multiple communication networks simultaneously. And that's why I think about the immune system as one of the body's master communication networks. Not because it's the only system involved, but because it participates in so many of these conversations simultaneously. And it's why working with the immune system can have system-wide influences again. And of course, that includes the brain. So this is sort of a new concept for me since I've started studying trained immunity. But Dr. Jill talked about how much the microbiome influences the immune system, and I just mentioned that as well. But let's look at the influences of the immune system on the microbiome. This is another side of the relationship that doesn't get nearly as much attention and that I really haven't heard talked about in the medical field. The innate immune system also helps shape the microbiome. So innate immune cells are constantly sampling what's in the gut, and they help to maintain the barrier, respond to microbial signals, and help to create conditions that determine which organisms will grow and thrive and which ones won't. So they're constantly shaping beneficial species, pathogens, opportunistic organisms. They're constantly sampling and keeping the innate immune cells will be keeping track of and modifying what's growing in the gastrointestinal tract. So it isn't a one-way conversation. The microbiome is teaching and interacting with the innate immune system, but the innate immune system is also helping to shape the ecosystem that lives within the gut, and they're always in conversation. So again, that was a major lens shift for me. I've always worked on modifying the microbiome and instead of working directly with the immune system. So this is where I want to float a hypothesis. And this isn't just my hypothesis. I did actually read a research paper that hypothesized this, so I don't want to take credit for it. I also want you to know that there's some other people thinking about it in this way. We know that the microbiome tends to change as we age, and that has been hypothesized as a contributing factor to health decline in old age. So in many people, we see less diversity in the microbiome, less resilience, and a shift away from the microbial balance that we typically associate with good health. Most of the conversation has focused on the microbes themselves. Which organisms are disappearing? What should we eat? Should we take probiotics? How do we restore the microbiome? And those are all important questions. But if this relationship really goes both ways, there's another question that we need to be asking, which is, what is happening to the innate immune system that is helping maintain that ecosystem? Well, Jill already talked about the concept of inflammaging, and most of us are walking around with a totally untrained immune system because we aren't consistently getting beta glucan. So we know innate immune function changes with age. We know innate immune signaling can change the composition of the microbiome, and we know that trained immunity can influence how innate immune cells function over time. So here's my hypothesis. Could maintaining healthy trained immunity help preserve a healthier, more resilient microbiome as we age? And then we're looking at another entire area that immune system is influencing our long-term well-being. So of course we don't know yet, but there is emerging evidence that suggests that this is the case. And of course, as a nerd, I think this is a fascinating question. And I think it's going to change the way that we think about the microbiome, which is really exciting. I think we're talking about things right now that are going to be much more well understood, well studied, and well accepted by the mainstream in the coming years. So cutting edge, everybody. So why beta glucan? Because beta glucan, there's a number of reasons, but because beta glucan is not foreign to the intelligence of the human immune system. It is a natural biological pattern that our innate immune system has evolved to recognize. When the right beta 1316 glucan, so that exact structure, and I know Jill talked about this too, but I'm going to repeat it because this is some complex information. It takes some time to absorb it. But that 1316 glucan binds the innate cells and it provides a signal. And it's the body that receives the signal and then interprets it and then adapts and changes. And that's an important distinction because we're not forcing a response. We are leaning into the body's capacity to do what it needs to do, what it knows to do, the innate wisdom that exists within our body. And then it's doing the work itself. In order to initiate trained immunity, beta glucan needs to have, again, that particular structure called beta 1316. That's what fits the receptors on our innate cells like a hand and a glove. And everything that you see on this slide, such as particulate structure and the consistency from capsule to capsule, and the existing breadth of the research, all explain why we see the consistent results and get all the feedback, really incredible feedback that we do as a company. There we go. Okay. So speaking of research, Dr. Jill talked a lot about the research that's already out there on beta glucan, and there is so much research. There's over 20,000 research articles just on yeast-derived beta glucan. But what's really exciting and what really drew me here partly to this company is the breadth of research that exists on this exact product. So BWH85, it's also called glucan number 300 in some of the research. These are the same thing. And here's a snapshot. We have now 26, I believe, published research studies And you can see here, there's some that are cell culture, some that are animal, and then look at all of these human studies that are actually done on BWH85. So very exciting. Researchers have studied its effect across, immune resilience, recovery, exercise, wound healing, pediatric immune health, oncology support, and healthy aging, as we just talked about. And it's been investigated from many different angles over many, many years. And what we're seeing really is a remarkably consistent signal. So we continue to see the same benefits when studied from all of these different angles. So healing, and I think that I'd love to have you chime in as well, Dr. Jill, if you have anything to add here. But healing, to me, I think it's easy when we think about the immune system to think about colds and flu and maybe COVID, right? But it does so much more. So healing across the spectrum is an expression of immune intelligence. And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about immune intelligence and trained immunity. So you can see all that goes into it here. You can see that recognition. So again, we have the recognition of the beta-glucan by the receptors, coordination and defense, repair. So we think of everything from an injury to I think of I'm thinking of if you twist your ankle, right? That's a repair, or after a heavy workout. So just tissue repair in general, or healing from a wound. And then we have resolution and resilience. When we come back again, when the body comes back, it comes back actually stronger. So to me, healing is one of the clearest expressions of immune intelligence. Did you want to add anything here?
No, I just love this. You and I agree so much. It's bigger view because sometimes we're like down in the weeds with T cells and viruses and Lyme disease and mold. And then this is way bigger. So if you have someone who comes in and oh, I'm not my wounds aren't healing, or I have this scarring, these are immune dysfunctions, right? And so you're starting to recognize how profound the immune system is in every single patient who comes in with a complaint. You could probably tie it in some way to their immune system.
I love that. Thank you. And I think, just like you said, it's easy to sort of get down in the weeds. I mean, I love all the biochemistry and the physiology aspects of it, but what does it look like for us to feel? How do we feel when we have trained immunity? What's the clinical expression of trained immunity? And so you can see that here, right? So healthy aging, top of the list, immune resilience and recovery, tissue repair. So all of these things sometimes people ask, well, what am I going to feel? And in an ideal world, you're not going to feel that much when you take beta-glucan, because what you will see is other people getting sick when you're not, right? And when you get sick, you don't get sick as long, or get sick as often or for as long. And so some of the research shows reduction in missed work days, reduction in sick days for kids. And so it's not. I almost think of it like a nutrient in a way, right? That it's the same thing as taking a multivitamin. You take it on faith that you know that it's doing the job that you need. And that's really how beta-glucan can feel as well. Okay, so I do love this slide. And I'll talk a little bit about it, and then I'd love for you to chime in, Dr. Jill. But so I'm trained as a naturopathic physician, and one of the tenets that I was trained in is the vis medicatrix naturae, which is the healing power of nature. And I've always believed in the innate intelligence of the body, but learning about trained immunity has really deepened that conviction for me. So it's increased my wonder, appreciation, and fascination, and then also humility for how much wisdom exists within our own biology. And I love beta-glucan because it reminds us how extraordinary the body already is. So we are introducing a trigger into the body that reminds the body of what it's capable of and what it's supposed to be doing. And again, communication, coordination, adaptation, resilience, those aren't properties of a supplement itself. They're properties of a living system that's responding to the supplement. And I just love that there's this sort of noetic wisdom, right? The wisdom is higher than the wisdom of the human mind, that knows that when we engage with a natural substance, it knows how to work, our body knows how to work with it to generate the most beneficial outcome. So I don't know how you think about it, but that's how I think about the sort of innate wisdom of the human body.
I love that. And I agree. This is one of my favorite slides. And I was just thinking, like when someone calls you to greatness or says, I'm proud of you. And that's kind of a simple thing and may seem kind of far reached for this immune system analogy. But I think it's the same thing because the coolest thing when I realized that we have on our cells the dectin receptors, it means like we are already prepared for this molecule, which means it's because again, a lot of drugs and stuff that we can modulate, even peptides, we can modulate function, but it's not like we have those receptors already there. So that to me has always been a really powerful thing that this is almost destined to be part of our healing
Mhm.
armament and,
I know that was one of my first questions when I started learning about this is why do we
Yeah.
have receptors for beta glucan? And there are a number of theories why, but and you spoke to that somewhat, but it really is extraordinary that our bodies are basically waiting for that signal. So I will hand it back to you here, Jill, to talk about your
Okay, well, I'll just
book.
mention, we can go into question. We do not need to spend a lot of time here, but I do want to mention I have a professional newsletter. If you guys want to stay in touch, it's all free, zero promotion, but I send out podcasts and articles I'm reading and different things, and you can use that QR code to sign up for the newsletter.
Okay, and here are our references. And then I think we're ready for Zach.
Awesome. Oh, Zach, we can't hear you. Unmute.
He's there.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
There we go. Thank you so much, ladies. And everyone, just in the chat really quick, just give it up for Dr. Jill, Dr. Jocelyn. That was incredible. I mean, we are blessed by your knowledge, and we can't thank you enough for just sharing all of that with us. Quickly, just a little bit about us and the team at Better Way Health. We've actually been in business since 1999, and we've actually had the chance to see beta glucan impact thousands of people in really big ways. And now one of the biggest ways we see this impact is on the brain by way of the immune system, which is exactly what Dr. Jill went over tonight. Now, beta glucan has decades of research behind it showing its impact on the immune system. And we know that there's hundreds of additional research studies showing that the immune system can have a massive impact on the gut-brain axis. So we've been talking to customers for years on how important their immune system is just for overall health. And this study and the things that we've gone over tonight, these are perfect examples of us being able to showcase just how big of a difference a properly functioning immune system can make for cognitive health. This is why we have over 10,000 five-star reviews well, for one, people can't leave reviews with us unless they purchase a product and try it and are satisfied with it. But this is just a telltale sign of what's been able to be accomplished since 1999. Now, before we kick off the Q&A, I told you we do have a very special offer tonight. So for the next 48 hours, we're offering an exclusive webinar sale. So our beta glucan, this BWH85 beta glucan, is normally $149.95 on retail. But for the next 48 hours only, it's going to be 43% off. So $84.95 with free shipping. Now, this is for a subscription only. Subscriptions with us are super easy. You get locked into this great price, but of course you can cancel whenever you want. You can manage it any way that you would like. But you have a chance to lock into this 43% off for life. There's going to be a link in the chat that Michelle will provide. You can scan the QR code on the screen, or you can just go to betterwayhealth.com/Jill. Now, you are getting a lot when you subscribe with us, okay? So the first thing, that lifetime discount, right? That 43% off doesn't go away ever. You're going to have that for every order with the free shipping. Also, flexible deliveries. It doesn't have to come monthly, right? If you want this to come further apart, it can. Feel free to reach out to our team. We can talk through dosage and we can really cater it to your needs. Text messaging, you can control your whole subscription just through texting without ever having to log in anywhere. You can pause it, skip it, whatever you need to do. Now, you're also going to get a personal phone call from our ACES team where you can talk to me and Michelle. You can literally call us tomorrow and just speak to one of us. There's only 3 of us who run the phones. We're Monday through Friday, 9 to 5:30. We would love to talk to you so you have our customer support around the clock. Now, you're also going to get exclusive training invites just like tonight. Now, this kind of ties right into bonus number 7. You see it down there, BWH Academy. Very excited for this one, simply because this is new. So once you become a subscriber, you're actually going to have full access to this BWH Academy. What is this? This is like our Netflix for beta glucan and immune system content. So if you've enjoyed everything that you've heard tonight, then you'll love the more than 30 webinars that you now have access to through the Academy. These are going to be categorized by topic and speaker, making subjects easy to find. And it even has a carb mode so you can listen in the car or on a walk. But we are super excited to share this with you. We just launched it. And so there's a wealth of knowledge in there that you'll be able to dig into once you subscribe. Now, we offer 60-day money back. Doesn't get much better than that. We want to give you plenty of time to try our product. And we believe in it. We know you will too. But if you don't, 60-day money back guarantee. And then, of course, every major payment option, down to PayPal, Apple Pay. Even for those who want to start this subscription, you can even go through the reimbursement process for HSA and FSA if you have those funds, which is huge because we are approved for HSA and FSA funds. Now, once again, you have 48 hours only to lock into this 43% off price with the free shipping. And once you're locked in, the price does not go away. You get those benefits for life. Click the link in the chat, scan the QR code, or just go to betterwayhealth.com/aging. Thank you, everybody. Now is the time you've been waiting for. It's Q&A time. So drop those questions in the chat. We're going to try to get to just as much as we possibly can. I want to give everybody a moment just to kind of get going, putting it in the chat. And ladies, if y'all want to come back on, I'll start asking some questions and we can start knocking some of these out. All right. You're with me. Okay.
I'm here and ready.
Okay, perfect. Dr. Jill, I'll see you as well. Somebody wanted to know, Dr. Jill, thoughts on peptides like PBC 157 with multiple endocrine autoimmune issues. They want to know your thoughts on that.
I love peptides. I find, especially as there's more and more mast cell activation, these are very small molecules, and people actually react way less to them sometimes than herbs. If you're looking at something that might go with beta glucans and recovery, that BPC 157 combined with TB 500 is a great option. Just make sure you get it from a reputable source, either a pharmacy or physician, or there's a lot of black market sources that are not so great and they have contaminants. So I would just say, find your good source, reputable, and I love peptides.
That is awesome. I'm like, I need to have some notes next to me as you answer these questions for myself. Now, I do have something for you, Dr. Jocelyn. Where are we at here? Okay, so beta glucan, is this an option for someone who is highly sensitive to yeast and gluten?
I mean, that's a really great question, and it makes sense to ask that question. But the beta glucan is a carbohydrate, a complex carbohydrate, and it is extracted from the cell wall of yeast. Typically, when people are reacting to yeast, they're reacting to the manoproteins, the protein component of the yeast, and all of that is removed, or virtually all of it is removed. And so, of course, we have to be humble. There's a chance that anybody can react to anything, right, in the world, right? So we need to pay attention and work, low and slow. But I guess what I would say is there are many people with, we've been around for a long time, and people have used this product without having that kind of reactivity, even with a confirmed sensitivity to yeast. And I think, Jill, I'd love to hear your perspective, because I know that mold is one of your specialties, right? And so you would think that typically people like that react to all things dank, right? Is how they think about all things moldy or fungally, and you're using beta glucan in your practice, right? So and what's your experience with it?
Yeah, a couple caveats. I agree 100%. Gluten, zero contraindication. Not even celiac, no problem at all. This is gluten-free, I'm assuming, right? I mean, I've never had any trouble.
Yes.
So make sure that on the label. And second, yeast also. So what often happens with yeast is the sensitivity is based on histamine, because yeast is high histamine. It also is a way that increases MSG in the brain. So usually with yeast, there's another reason you're reacting, not just the yeast. The one caveat that is just a question mark, I don't know, but I would say the only caveat is anti-Saccharomyces cerevisiae antibodies, which occur with severe Crohn's and colitis. But here's the deal. We have studies we didn't show today that are both in Crohn's and colitis showing improvement with beta glucan. So I use these in my inflammatory bowel patients as well. But that would be the only question mark. If someone has a very high ASCA, I would maybe still try it. I'm just not a contraindication, but that if there's ever going to be an issue, that'd be the only question mark for me.
Okay, great.
Excellent. Dr. Jill, just the information that you went over in whole tonight, how would that relate, or can it relate to Parkinson's?
So any neurodegenerative disease is going to be in this realm of dysfunctional microglia, right? So ALS, Parkinson's, MS, dementia are all going to fit in the bucket of what I talked about. I focused on dementia because it's obviously the most common thing that we're seeing in younger and younger people. But really, neurodegeneration is a function of improper microglia activation. So this would be relative to any neurodegenerative disease.
Awesome. And now, Dr. Jocelyn, I've got one for you as well. Kind of that whole supplementation versus food thing, natural foods that increase beta glucans without a supplement. And they also want to know the full ingredient list of the BWH85 beta glucan.
Oh gosh. Well, for the full ingredient list, you can check out the label. I don't know it by heart, but it's pretty short. It's beta glucan.
Yep.
And then a capsule. So whatever the capsule is made of, I think, is it methyl cellulose? I did
Yes.
know. I knew it. Okay, there it is.
It was
It's those
there.
two things. And what really stands out for our capsules or our product is that the 85 BWH 85 stands for at least 85% purity. And so just being aware that you will be having a very high purity, and typically it's upwards of 90, 95, up at 90, upper 90s%, the level of purity in the powder that we have in those capsules. So what was the first question that you asked, the first part?
Yeah, they wanted to know kind of natural foods that contain
Oh,
beta
yeah, yeah.
glucan, but if you could
Okay.
explain that difference between the supplementation and diet.
Okay, absolutely. So, Dr. Jill mentioned that beta glucan is not a single molecule; it's a family of molecules, and there are beta glucans that come from different sources. And so there is beta glucan also in oats and barley, but it's a different structure. So you're not going to get the immune activity from the oats and barley beta glucan they're great in other ways, right? As prebiotics, to help balance the microorganisms that are growing in the gut and for cardiovascular concerns or cholesterol. But they will not act in the same way as the beta glucan that we are talking about tonight. That's the first thing. So the second thing is that we really don't have access to beta glucan in terms of we can't eat yeast and necessarily access the beta glucan because it's hidden inside the cell wall. There will be some. This is how I think about it. I haven't done a deep dive on the research on this, but before we had refrigeration, we fermented everything. That's how we preserved our food. And so any yeast that was used to ferment it, if you drank, whatever the vinegar or whatever the drink was that was preserved in that way, or like kimchi or kombucha, you will get some beta glucan in that. You will not get consistent dosing, and you won't get very much of it. And so if you're looking for, like, as a physician, I love having a very narrow therapeutic window or a very narrow dosing window. So I know when I'm prescribing a capsule of 100 milligrams that the patient is going to be getting virtually identical dose every single time. And when I'm trying to develop trained immunity over the course of 3 or 4 months, I'm going to get a better outcome using the capsule. So it's not that those foods aren't great. It's just depending on what you're after. And the other thing I would say, the other source is really, if we just used to be much more right in nature, right? And so if you are in the dirt out playing in the woods, if you are, anytime you smell musty dirt or eat a food directly out of the earth, those would contain some beta glucan, but we just don't get it anymore in modern life. So that was a really extended answer. I hope I caught every angle there.
Yeah, you did. You answered it all perfectly. Dr. Jill, I do have a specific one for you. It says beta glucan with thymosin alpha 1 and injectable mistletoe. Is there an overstimulation risk with cancer recurrence?
Yeah. So mistletoe is used by a lot of naturopaths to treat cancer. I am not the expert on mistletoe, but it is a very potent. And you remember I showed you the data on how beta glucans stimulate the immune system appropriately, but multiple studies, we don't overstimulate. That to me is a big deal. I believe, again, I am not the expert. Mistletoe, I've seen really severe reactions in patients with mistletoe injections. So I believe it probably overstimulates in order to get that anti-cancer effect. So it's very different in that. I don't think there'd be a contraindication to using those together, however. And there was a third part you said with thymosin alpha-1. Okay, another one of my favorite peptides. This one in Europe has been used as an antiviral, anti-hepatitis, actually shown curing for hepatitis C. Thymosin alpha-1 is one of the most underused peptides that we have. It is so powerful, so safe. I do not see a problem with the mechanism and beta glucans, though I would be very comfortable putting a patient on a peptide, thymosin beta alpha-1 and beta glucans at the same time.
That is excellent. Now I've kind of got a part B to that, if you will. There's been a lot of things, a lot of questions come in about autoimmunity in general. Do you mind just speaking to the safety and autoimmunity in general?
So this is, in a way, we've had IVIG around for a long time, and I want to talk just a little about that because I think it's very parallel. You can have someone with very severe immune deficiency and autoimmune at the same time, and you give them immunoglobulins. Again, has nothing to do with beta glucans, but it's parallel. They will actually have decreased autoimmunity because it shifts the balance of the immune inflammation, and they'll have an increased immune system. Just counterintuitive, because you would think if you're boosting immune system, you're going to have more autoimmunity. That's just not true. And I believe beta glucans from the research we have does the same thing, where we get more T cell function and less B cell function. And if you think about this, I've been talking about long COVID for a long time. The thing I saw way at the very beginning, I'm like, something weird is going on with the immune system. And what I saw was massive overaction of B cells, more autoimmunity, and massive destruction and dysfunction of T cells. We're doing the exact opposite with beta glucans.
Excellent. And Dr. Strand, you could kind of put this in there as well, just a general, any side effects. That question came in just in relation to the beta glucan.
Yeah, well, in the human research so far, there have been no serious adverse responses to anybody taking beta glucan, and even in the pediatric population, there were no adverse events in the studies that were done with beta glucan, and so it appears to be an extraordinarily safe therapeutic.
Excellent. Thank you. Dr. Jill, this is a good one. I'm really interested to hear your answer. Biological age impacts of beta glucans when related to adrenal insufficiency.
Okay, so I think what they're asking, what was so cool about the study we looked at was True Diagnostics, which does some of the best biological aging through methylation patterns of our cells, was the outcome, the factor that we looked at in that study that we shared with you that used Better Way Health beta glucans, right? And so we saw that in, was it 7 systems, Dr. Jocelyn? The decrease in epigenetic aging. So as a whole, that would show, if you were to get a true diagnostic test, it might say your biological age is 3 years younger than your actual age. And that would be true of beta glucans in general also, because again, if the parts are getting down, the whole is going to get down because it's using that data with the parts. So I suspect that every person in that study that showed that improvement, which is the majority, would also show an improvement in biological age. Therefore, beta glucans could potentially improve biological age through the immune system. And you said with adrenal, that's a side note, adrenal function or dysfunction, HPA axis we now call it, I don't think has anything directly related to biological aging, except that you're more tired and you may have more stress response. But big thing that we just saw in my studies that I presented was beta glucan can be shown to modulate psychological stress and lower cortisol. And part of the problem with HPA axis dysfunction is long-term unremitting stress. So if a beta glucan can actually help that, we're going to see adrenal improvement or at least maintenance as well.
That's awesome. Thank you. I wanted that answer too. Now, recommended for ADHD, would you say that this could be something recommended for that, or maybe how it might relate?
Do you want to go for it, or do you want me?
Sure. Yeah, please add whatever you think in. I mean, of course, yes, because back to my first hypothesis, which is, and again, this is not mine, kind of like Jocelyn said, we both are sharing the world's information that we think is interesting and curious. And one of those is, could all depression, anxiety, ADHD, brain dysfunction, executive dysfunction at the root be inflammation, immune dysfunction? And I think the answer is yes, because in my clinical experience, whether it's a 12-year-old or a 25-year-old or a 65-year-old, almost always, if I find the root cause, I can improve or reverse their mood disorders, their psychiatric issues, or their cognitive issues. And I'm always going, okay, this isn't just dementia, it's a root cause issue. So therefore, beta-glucan's used to treat ADHD, absolutely, because you're improving synaptic, issues there, and infections that might be contributing as well.
That's a big mic drop moment right there, Dr. Jill. That's awesome. Just getting back to that root cause. That's incredible. Thank you. Dr. Strand, the beta-glucan, does it need to be taken forever, or does time-limited use train the immune system for lasting benefit?
It's a really great question. And the answer is the same as if you're working out at the gym. If you stop working out, you're going to return to a weaker sort of baseline. And so it is something that you need to continue in order to maintain. Now, there you can, it's most important to keep that signal consistent for the first 3 to 4 months. And then after that, the formulator of the product says that you can go to every other day. So it'll cut the cost in half on the product. The reason that that's the case is because the peak that it hits the plasma peak or in your blood is 72 hours. And so you will continue to maintain that signal, even if you don't take it every day. But in the first, like when you're building your trained immunity capacity, it's really important to stay consistent with the dosing through that whole 3 to 4 month period.
Excellent. So trained immunity, doing it daily up front, and then even being able to switch that every other day dose, which of course, like I said earlier, you switch around dosages as much as you need to or want to. Our team can help with that, but get everything set to how you would like it when it comes to the beta-glucan. Dr. Jill, we've gotten a few things in just in terms of beta-glucan and cancer cells. Might it have any relation? We've gotten some specific stuff like glioblastoma or just cancer cells in general, how it might affect or not.
So if you think about T cell dysfunction, so say you have someone who has this semblance, whether they're getting older or there's a younger person who just has really bad T cell dysfunction because they got COVID and they had residual effects. Both of those things, what we're going to see with this T cell dysfunction is we're going to see increase in cancer rate, and we're going to see increase in viral reactivation or old infections. So say someone got bit by a tick at 12 years old and was fine. They don't know they have Lyme disease and they had, that infection. Their immune system is keeping it under wraps and they're doing fine. And I always say if we went and tested, 10,000 people on the street, we might find that 30% of them have a tick-borne infection, but they're fine. What is the difference between that person and the person who walks into my office who can barely, get out of bed because they're so sick from Borrelia or from cancer for that matter? The difference is their immune system. And so beta-glucan absolutely would be effective and helpful. In fact, it is one of the top 3 things that if I have any cancer patient in my clinic, beta-glucan, Better Way Health, 500 twice a day is what I start them on. So that is an absolute non-negotiable.
Amazing. Thank you for that. All right. Now, either of you, if you want to jump in on this one, probiotics to add alongside beta-glucan for early dementia symptoms.
I'd love to hear your perspective on this one, Dr. Jill. It's not for sure. I don't have a solid recommendation on that. So
we used to think that just the plain old lactobacillus and multiple strains and species with 50 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion was the best. That turned out to be kind of a marketing ploy with not a lot of evidence. I've now switched a lot of my patients to spore forms of probiotics because we have the best evidence for increasing diversity, which, like you talked about, Dr. Jocelyn, at the core, it's really diversity in this whole ecosystem working together, not just single strains. And often we get the effect of whether it's spores, or I'll talk about some primal probiotics like Akkermansia, Faecobacterium wisniewski, Roseburia, which are kind of new kids on the block that also are related to mucosal barrier and increased diversity. What we see is actually often these things are, just like you said, they're modulating immune function. They're not really, so we can actually have a dead probiotic that has just as powerful effect because it goes to the gut and modulates the immune system. So back to the immune system, we're back there again, surprise, surprise. And so I like to use probiotics that are actually modulating in a healthy way diversity, which is king, and the immune system. And I would say that would be spores. And then a few of these newer strains that contain Akkermansia, Faecobacterium wisniewski, Roseburia, that are much more like a fecal microbiome transplant in a pill. I'm leaning towards those types of probiotics instead of just the Lactobacillus bifidobacter.
That is very interesting. And I feel like so many, all roads lead back to the immune system through everything we're talking through. Now, Dr. Jill, this next one, forgive me. I'm not a doctor, so if I butcher some of the pronunciations here. So I believe what they're saying is, does H. pylori does H. pylori evade the immune system and beta glucan? Question mark.
So H. pylori is an infection in the stomach. It has a very high acid tolerance, so it's one of the only things that can live in that acidic environment. And it's not going to directly affect the beta glucans in any way, shape, or form. And because your immune system is more robust, and we also know people with H. pylori don't always need to be treated, because some of them coexist with that bug and it doesn't cause problems. Other people have autoimmune inflammation, even gastritis or cancer of the esophagus or stomach. So once again, immune system is the key of differentiating who reacts to H. pylori and who doesn't. But I see no reason why taking H. pylori would be interacted with, taking beta glucans would have any problem if you did or didn't have H. pylori. It would be indifferent and it would still support your immune system in fighting that particular bacteria.
Yeah, can I add something to that as well? So H. pylori is good at hiding from the immune system, and you can imagine that if the immune system is untrained, that it's less likely to be able to identify and go after it. And the H. pylori isn't subject to the beta glucan, right? Just to remember, it's subject to the immune system. So that's where the beta glucan is going to act on immunity, not directly on the H. pylori. And the immunity, then you think about you're coming in and you're kind of waking up your security guards and saying, hey, pay attention. There's something to look at in the environment here. And so I don't know of any existing research on beta glucan and H. pylori. I haven't seen that, but it makes sense that anytime you're talking about an infectious condition of any kind, that if you wake up the immune system, that you're more likely, you have a better chance of getting on top of it and maybe outsmarting that bug in a way that you couldn't before. And the reason I'm saying that is I don't know if this will make any sense to anyone else, but there are some bugs that actually mask fungal elements that actually mask beta glucan from the human immune system in order to avoid the human immune system. So it's almost like a hack, right? So if we have Candida actually has, because it's fungal, has beta glucan in its cell wall, but it masks it in order to evade our immune system. So giving beta glucan to the immune system helps us then helps the immune system wake up and take care of something that it couldn't otherwise see.
Wow. That's really cool. So it's like I'm listening to both of y'all and I'm like, okay, I thought I knew some stuff. Now I'm gonna know a lot more after tonight. So really our last question is a longer one, but I really do want to answer it just because I feel like this will help lead somebody in a good direction. Dr. Jill, it says beta glucan for a child with autism and PANS/PANDAS. There's a little more to that question as well. They kind of want to know the mechanism, comparison to peptides, mold, contraindications. It was a kind of a full one, but I guess really if you just want to kind of get to the heart of it and just address beta glucan for a child with autism and PANS.
So for those of you who don't know PANDAS, it is a neurological immune reaction. So we call it autoimmune encephalopathy for short. Like that's shorter, right? But so what happens is usually there's an infection triggering an immune response in the brain and nervous system, commonly strep. But now we know that tick-borne infections like Borrelia, Bartonella, Babesia, and others, Mycoplasma, can all trigger this. So it's a very infectious-driven process. So having heard what we talked about tonight, I kind of wanted to frame this in, you've given me the perfect way to do this. When I think about patients that come to the clinic, you might be saying, well, who do you give this to, right, Dr. Jill? I give it to a lot of people, but the big ones that are like non-negotiable, we mentioned cancer, and the other one would be someone with a tick-borne infection or any number of infectious burden. I always say functional medicine at the root is toxic load, like mold, plus infectious burden, driving immune dysfunction and inflammation. So that covers a lot of complex chronic illness, but anyone like PANDAS, which is usually underlying Bartonella or strep or other infection, or someone who just has a tick-borne infection, beta glucans are absolutely 100% part of the protocol. And I'm just going to be honest, before I got to know Better Way Health, which is the last 3 to 4 years, really using them consistently, I've been having incredible results. There were other beta glucans on the market. They're not as good. And I'm just telling you from my clinical experience, I will not use any other ones other than the Better Way Health, because the purity and the consistency of the results that I want in clinic. And that's one reason I'm here tonight, because I believe in the product. I think it's really, really powerful. And in those complex chronic patients that are some of the sickest out there, this is really a cornerstone, a keystone to their treatment.
Wow, Dr. Jill. Well, thank you for not only everything that you went over as far as the actual presentation, but some of these, or all of these answers have really shed some additional light on, you could say, how broad of a spectrum not only the beta glucan is covering, but how much the immune system is really responsible for it or has a hand in, then, maybe someone might not even realize just walking around what their immune system's doing. So we can't thank you enough for being here tonight and for sharing this with us. This has been incredible. Everybody, again, in the chat, let Dr. Jill and Dr. Strand know how awesome of a job they did. Dr. Strand, thank you so much for just sharing your wisdom as well. I know we've all learned a ton tonight. And like I said earlier, there will be a replay going out of this, because I know there's a lot to remember and hang on to, but there will be a replay where you can speed it up, slow it down, pause it, take your time going through it. And remember, 48 hours only. That sale's still up there. betterwayhealth.com/Jill. Scan the QR code. We'll be blasting this thing in the chat. Dr. Jill, Dr. Strand, thank y'all so much for joining us. We really, really appreciated it.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jill. Thank you, Zach.
I really enjoyed it.
Always great to work with you, Dr. Jill.
And for those still listening, we do have a video coming up. We have some extra beta glucan education that we're going to keep playing. It's going to keep rolling. You're actually going to see Dr. Jill here in just a second. She wasn't able to make it a little over a year ago to one of our big events. So you're going to see her first popping in on this video. And we have a ton of extra education for you. So stick around. But thank you, everybody, for joining. Thanks for taking the time to come and learn with us. And we appreciate you. I hope you have a good night, and God bless.
Hey guys, it's Dr. Jill Carnahan. I am so excited to be here with Better Way Health to talk to you just a little bit about the power of beta glucans. I want to explore today some of the most exciting frontiers in longevity and immune science, especially how beta glucans can train your immune system for more resilience and healthier aging. For years, we've talked about the heart, the brain, the metabolism, and all the many things that play into longevity and anti-aging medicine. But now the conversation is changing. I recently presented at the Global Longevity Summit in Geneva, Switzerland, and we talked about immune resilience. The immune system is now recognized as one of the most powerful predictors of how we age, how resilient we are, and how long that we live. Groundbreaking studies like that in Aging Cell, the research from UT Health San Antonio, shows that people with high immune resilience have a 69% lower risk of death and a biological age up to 15 years younger than their peers. But here's the challenge. As we age, our immune system naturally declines, a process known as immunosenescence. It drives this thing we call inflammation aging. You may have heard of it, the silent inflammation behind every chronic disease. The good news? Science has now discovered something called trained immunity. We now know that our innate immune system, once thought as untrainable, can actually learn and adapt. And one of the best studies, natural activators of this process of trained immunity, guess who? It's beta glucan, the hero of the show. Beta glucans are polysaccharides found in the cell walls of Baker's yeast. They bind directly to the immune receptors dectin-1 and complement receptor 3, awakening macrophages and natural killer cells. They enhance surveillance and improve balance across your immune system. Dozens of clinical trials show the beta glucan supports lower infection rates, better wound healing, improved stress resilience, healthier inflammation balance, and this occurs even in adults over the age of 60. So just so excited to be here with Better Way Health tonight. Sorry I could be live, but I wanted to be sure and record a special session just describing to you how much I've really loved using beta glucans in my clinical practice to improve immune resilience. It's actually as a core protocol of longevity and fighting infection and helping that innate immune system to be more trainable. I found it's protective. It helps restore, repair, and improve immune balance. And it does all of this without overstimulating the immune system. It's a really powerful molecule that can actually calm autoimmunity down at the same time as strengthening the innate immune system response to things like infections. So if you're ready to build lifelong resilience and improve your longevity and performance, beta-glucan should be at the core, whether you're a doctor using these in clinical practice or you're a patient just wanting to enhance your own immune system. There's nothing better. And I really enjoyed partnering with Better Way Health just due to the integrity of the company and the absolute quality of their product. It works. It's what I use in clinical practice, and I hope you'll enjoy the rest of this webinar. And thanks for saying hi to me tonight.
All right. Thank you to Dr. Jill Carnahan. You know what I love, Reggie, is I love the deep dive in the science, and we'll get some of that tonight too. But when you hear a practicing physician or clinician utilizing it, relying upon it, it doesn't happen if it doesn't work. And, you know, she's got a long track record as well of integrating it into her practice and helping her patient population. So always grateful to hear from someone like Dr. Jill.
We've got docs. We've got lots of great stories from real customers, real people. So the first one we're going to bring on, you know, to share a little bit about her story is Courtney Campbell, and saw her pop in earlier. And so wondering, Courtney, hey, Courtney, you're there.
There she is, the anti-cancer mom.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Welcome to this amazing Black Friday event. Thank you for being a part of it.
Thank you. I had all these permissions, of course, that I hadn't been prompted to before, you know. So anyway, glad you can hear me.
Courtney is the anti-cancer mom for 17 years on beta glucan. I mean, you don't have to mock up any excitement, and it's genuine. And I know people feel it, the authenticity of your experience. So anything you want to share here with us, or for those that are new to this and maybe checking it out for the first time?
Yeah, I've very much enjoyed seeing everyone's comments as I was listening to Dr. Jill. And yeah, I've been taking beta glucan since I was diagnosed with cancer 17 years ago with stage 2 Hodgkin's lymphoma. And it was the very first change I made, in addition to a complete lifestyle and diet overhaul. And I mean, that's a whole other story that I write about every single day on my Instagram, in my Facebook pages. But yeah, it's been the one supplement I've stuck with the entire time. And I was on, I think, something like 72 capsules a day when I was going through cancer. And then the 2 capsules I still take every day are my beta glucan. Today, through 6 pregnancies, 6, you know, nursing seasons of nursing babies. And I mean, there is a significant difference between, even within my own family, I'm the only person that takes it every day. And I'm kind of super powered, and I don't know if that's motherhood or if that's or if it's the beta glucan, but maybe a little bit of both. But I definitely think that there's a difference in my health and the way I've aged. I found that interesting. Dr. Jill said that, because that really wasn't a focal point for me at all for beta glucan, and that research is just recently coming out. But anyway, yeah, if you guys have any questions for me, I'm here to answer them. I'm actually here in my daughter's youth group at church in the parking lot. So that's why I have this fantastic professional background of my minivan.
Oh, we love it coming from the minivan, Courtney. And, you know, let's just face it. You have a cancer diagnosis. Your first thought is, I want to live. You're not thinking about aging or inflammaging. And it's like, now you are 17 years later, alive, well, looking so vital and youthful. And, you know, with your kids as well. And I would just say, some people say, well, she just got lucky. I'm thinking, no, this is not luck. I mean, you may say answer to prayers. We all prayerful here, but you actually took action and put something into play that changed and transformed your life and the lives of perhaps millions of people around the world that hear your message. Have you heard anything from any one of those people over the years to say, I tried what you did and it really works?
Yeah, well, that bring up a great point that I forget about all the time, is just because it's been so long, you know, you forget how intentional you have to be when you're healing. You can't just dabble, right? You got to go all in. And yes, I've heard stories from people who have actually followed my exact protocol and are in remission. You know, I use the Bill Henderson, I call it the Bill Henderson protocol. Bill Henderson never called it the Bill Henderson protocol. I think I kind of like coined that. But you know, his book Cancer Free: Your Guide to Gentle Non-Toxic Healing was, you know, I just followed the plan he laid out, which consists of the work of other great people, and the research of people like researchers, you know, who looked into beta glucan and recognized its effects on the immune system. And especially for me, having a lymphoma, essentially an immune system cancer, it just made total sense. You know, I feel like it should just be standard care. I always say, I'm like, standard care when you're diagnosed with cancer should be 3 months of pre-cancer prep, where you are put on beta glucan, you're put on intentional, you know, supplements, and you should be put on a plant-based diet or whatever diet, you know, your doctor it's good for you, because there's all kinds of different ideas nowadays, but I still believe the plant-based diet is superior with, for me with the Budwig cottage cheese flaxseed oil. But anyway, I could go on, but yeah, beta glucan being, like I said, the first supplement, and Better Way Health, the first company. I was telling this story with Reggie the other day of how I called your phone number and said, I have cancer and I just was diagnosed. I was an absolute mess. My husband has this crazy idea that we're going to like say no to the oncologist and try this natural healing, no, I don't think it went like that. I think by that point I was calling because I was on board. But yeah, it was initially my husband's really divine impression that we were supposed to, delay any damage from chemo and try 3 months of intentional monitoring and holistic a holistic approach. So
Yeah, well, that's why you become known as anti-cancer mom, and in a way that inspires people to
mhm.
be courageous in their view of the future, because there's so much negativity associated with many of these diagnoses, so much fear, and fear only makes the immune system depressed. And you are uplifting, you're smiling, you've lived through a lot to get to this point. And I'm grateful that you connected with the Reggie and the gang here at Better Way Health to get on the beta glucan. I was just thinking over my right shoulder here. I usually have some beta glucan, but today it's like my wife and my daughter would grab the bottles I had because my daughter was feeling a little under the weather. She
Yeah.
knows immediately. And I'm thinking about your kids. They're growing up knowing this stuff. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's that time of year that, yeah, everyone's like, hey, mom, where's your beta glucan? Yeah, you're right. It's that time of year. And I tell them, it's because you have to teach the type of self-control that comes for caring for yourself naturally. And I guess I just thought my kids seeing it all these years, that they would just do it, but they don't, they don't want to swallow the capsule, or they don't, we have the gummies, thank goodness. They do have Immune Ready Kids beta glucan supplement, which I'm not sure if Reggie will talk about that tonight, but that is another product that Better Way Health has. And yeah, you really do have to teach your children, and they will follow in your footsteps, and you model it, and then you teach it again, and then you do it again and again and again. And your husband too.
Well, that's how it starts. Honestly, you become an example for your kids. They see how you live. And my kids started with the gummies all those years ago, and obviously, when they get old enough, they're swallowing the capsules like it's nothing, and staying away from the toxicological burdens of a system of medicine that poisons us for profit. Now, I've never said there's never a place for those things, but if you don't find a need for them, you're better off. My kids are way better off not having been through what I went through as a kid, always on medicines and drugs and antibiotics. So to raise them differently and have, the Better Way Health beta glucan being a critical part of it, I'm just, like I said, I'm inspired every time I see another parent such as yourself that has not only overcome those challenges, but now are helping the next generation to not go down that road.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, something you just said spurred a memory. I have one time talking to you, and you grew up in Georgia in Stone Mountain, right, or somewhere
That's
near
right.
there.
Yes.
Yeah, and we live in the Atlanta area. Better Way Health's in the Atlanta area, and I was just thinking, how much the Atlanta medicine terrain has changed in the last since 17 years since I was diagnosed, where you couldn't find a holistic doctor at all.
Mm.
And nowadays, there's people ask me all the time, well, which one should I see? It's really changing. People are recognizing that and going back to my cancer story, it's like, and anybody who's diagnosed with cancer, it's like you have more control in your hands than you are told. Your doctors will not tell you that. But you look at stories like mine and like, hundreds of others, there's, that you can see, and especially in the holistic cancer space, people that are trying it, they're doing like I did, where they're trying, a little bit, before they go into the hardcore stuff, if just see, well, can I improve my condition? And of course, beta glucan being an easy addition to that. It's probably the easiest part of
Yeah.
my cancer protocol was taking beta glucan.
Well,
Like
yes,
the
you're right.
hardest part was maybe waiting 30 minutes to eat something, but
Yes. Well, no, and you've gotten disciplined at that. That's no problem. Now we're going to have some legends all over this evening, including another Atlanta legend. In a little bit, we'll have Dr. Rhett Berger on from the Atlanta area as well, a physician utilizing this. So yeah, you're right. It's expanded and exploded in a good way. And I'm grateful. Now, for those of you who don't have docs in your area, it doesn't mean you're out of luck, so to speak, because we have access to this, thanks to the Better Way Health team and some of the best. Well, the aces are the best, man. I keep bragging about them on my shows. Like anybody that calls them up, they rave, they rave. So we'll hear from them as well, Reggie. And Courtney, you are awesome. It's so good to see you. And the stories keep coming. I got to get you back on my show to
Yeah.
share some of those journeys as well.
Yeah, I love that. I'm launching my own anti-cancer mom community tomorrow, so I'll have plenty of more stories hearing from other people's experiences than just mine. So
Fantastic. Reggie, you're back.
I'm back. Yeah. And Courtney, thank you so much. I just want to give a shout out to you, everybody. If you're not following Courtney online on Instagram at Anti-Cancer Mom, you need to be. Now at this point, what do you got? 400,000 followers, Courtney. And I
yeah,
think,
400, yeah, and 200,000 on Facebook today.
okay. So congratulations. You hit
Thank
200,000.
you.
So,
It's so crazy, and I feel blessed.
and the reason is just Courtney is your story is so relatable. You're so practical. You are so real, and you just share such great practical advice for everybody. And so, thank you for that. Thank you for making the time for us. I know that you're in the minivan, with your waiting on your kids, and that's the mom life, right? And
Yeah,
you're
it's
doing both simultaneously. So thank you so much for your time. We will definitely have you back on something else soon. So adios.
hi
Thanks for
guys.
stopping by.
Great to
Bye,
see you.
Courtney. And next we are going to have another one of our customer stories. Abby,
There we
we
go.
go. We're
All
rocking.
right, there's Abby. Welcome,
Perfect.
Abby.
Hello.
So what the heck got you connected to Better Way Health and beta glucan?
Yeah, so I am 23 now, but 2 years ago when I was 21, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer and lymph involvement. And I just graduated college, super young, and I just prayed a ton about it and felt like the Lord was saying, hey, there's other ways to heal than just conventional treatment. And especially being so young, I felt like, okay, I can do it a different way and be healthy and healed through it. And so I ended up going to an alternative cancer center in Tampa, Florida. I spent 8 weeks there, and one of the supplements they put me on was beta glucan, but they just had a very generic bottle. And then I was doing my research and was listening to, 100 different podcasts on cancer and how to fight cancer, and came across one that I can't even remember what one it was, but they were talking about beta glucan and specifically Better Way Health and how their quality is just way more advanced and better than any other companies. And so I switched over, started taking it. And then once I was healed and kind of in remission from all the cancer stuff. And then I have kind of started to just grow my social media. And I was like, okay, I have all this knowledge. I want to tell other people about it. And so I started a course to become an integrative nutrition health coach. And so through all that, I decided to reach out to a couple of my favorite companies and just reach out and be like, hey, is there any partnerships, collaborations we can do? So I reached out to Better Way and got in contact with James. And yeah, that's kind of how I got started on the journey.
Well, the youth that's coming through tonight from all of everybody, I'll tell you what, this beta glucan is looking like something more than just an immune modulator. But of course, when you have a healthy immune system, you can stay young. And that's, part of that journey. And I love the light you're bringing and also the prayerful way you encountered it.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I feel like now I've learned just so much more about it, because in the beginning I was just taking whatever. I was like, whatever will heal me. But now just learning the science behind it, I'm like, okay, no, this is actually super powerful.
How have you taken that message out into the world now? You've described trying to help others by learning what you've learned rather than just keeping it a secret to yourself.
Yeah, so I would say I'm definitely the friend that everyone goes to for any health advice. And so even earlier today, I had a friend call me and she's like, I'm sick. I think I might have the flu. What do? I don't want to take antibiotics. And so I sent her my little regimen. But yeah, I would say definitely through just talking with people. And then I'll finish my course in January. So I'm hoping to start my own business then to be able to really help people heal and just share my knowledge.
So you're finding that your peer groups, your friends are actually opened up and interested in more natural ways to care for their health and their immune system?
Yeah, I feel like for sure. I feel like a lot of my family specifically, like we grew up very conventional. You listen to the doctor, what the doctor says is, how it goes. But even some of my family has started to like come around to it, which has been really cool. But yeah, even my peers, like everyone is, I feel like finally getting on the wave of, okay, natural healing. Our bodies know how to heal. God designed them that way. We just have to give them the right tools to do that.
Okay, Abby. So you're at ABS Good Health. I see that. Is that an Instagram handle?
Yes, that's my Instagram handle. I do have TikTok, but I just don't really keep too up to date on that one. But Instagram is where you find me.
That's okay. I don't even understand TikTok. I like the
Yeah.
Instagram thingy. But yeah, you can find me at AskRSB. And Abby, we'll need to connect. I'll get you on my show as well. I love
Yes, let's do
Reggie.
it.
Having a blast meeting people I haven't met yet already on this and having great stories from the young people that are out there. Yay.
So, Abby, thank you so much for sharing your story with us and giving us the time tonight, trusting us, and recommending. And so, we just want everybody to go follow Abby on Instagram, right? At Abs Good Health. You can see it there in her lower thirds on the Zoom screen there to get advice. And thank you for what you're doing.
Yes, thank you guys so much. I really
Yeah.
appreciate it.
I'm doing it right now. Every time I find somebody else new on here, I'm going to find them and connect on there. This is fun.
There we go. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for stopping by, Abby. Next up, we're going to have our ACEs team, our in-house ACEs team. This is something that we've been doing. We've the last few years, we've been doing a Better Way Health Day for our team and inviting everybody in because a lot of us are remote and we work all over. So inviting people in and sharing just some of what we call internally our customer wow stories. Some of the stories we get to hear every single day that make us go wow. And these are really the stories that are like the fuel that keep this team going and fill us up. And so the wow stories come in every single day. They're amazing. And we just wanted to take that experience and share it with our customers too. Like, why should we keep all this information, in-house? Let's give some encouragement to the customers. And so we've got Michelle, we've got Charlene, we've got Zach from the ACEs team that are going to come in and share some of their favorite wow stories. So Michelle, you are incredible. You get mentioned all over the place with all the reviews of people saying how much they love you and how much they come in and talk to you. And you're praying with some of the customers, and lifting them up. And you're always just so encouraging. So, Michelle, welcome to the internet.
Yay.
And tell
Happy
us.
to be here.
Yeah, tell us.
Tell us. Okay, so one thing we do as part of being an ACE is we make welcome calls to our new customers where we actually call up a new customer and we just introduce ourselves and we ask them how they found us, if they have any questions about the product. And it's just something that we do with every customer because we like to meet our customers. So I'm going to share a story about a customer who I met, let's just say a couple weeks ago. And I called her, her name is Sharon, and I called her up and I said, hey, this is Michelle from Better Way Health. I said, how are you doing? And I said, how did you find out about Better Way Health? And she said that, this is just a great story. She said that her daughter had gone has a personal trainer and they live in Beverly Hills. And her daughter had come home with a bottle of an immune supplement. I'm not going to say which one it was, not ours. And so Sharon took the bottle and she was looking at it and she decided, she goes, I'm going to check this out. So she goes on to Chat GPT and she types in, is this the best immune supplement? Well, Chat GPT came back and said, no, Better Way Health has the best immune supplement. So that was like kind of exciting. So she immediately got on and she set up an account with us and she ordered for her son, for her husband, for her daughter. And I think they might even order some of the gummies for the kids. But that was our very first referral that I know of from ChatGPT. So it's really kind of a really fun experience.
That is awesome. It's like the ChatGPT even knows it. I thought it wasn't as smart as it is, but it's absolutely the smartest. It picked out the right immune supplement.
It is. I was pretty impressed. So I actually went on and tried it myself and it's like, yep, we're number one. It says we're the best. It's gotta be true, right?
Yep. I'm just looking at some of the comments in there. Hi to my friend Bill Bevins out there watching and being part of this great episode, the 3-hour tour into the Black Friday deal to end all Black Friday deals, but we're going to keep on going. because we got a lot to do, a lot to give away, a lot more stories to share. Michelle, that's awesome.
Thank you. You guys have a great night.
Thanks, Michelle. So who we got next? There's Zach. Okay, talk to us, Zach.
What is going on, y'all? RSB, good to be back with you. I, of course, appreciate being on with you at the Beljanski conference.
Yeah, but I don't remember that mustache being so full. This is embarrassing to me.
Yeah, that was the beta glucan, actually. So doubled the dose, mustache got longer. Just kidding.
Good to see you, Zach.
Hey, you too. I appreciate y'all doing what you're doing tonight. Y'all are doing a great job hosting it. Yeah, really, same kind of thing as Michelle was saying. We're so fortunate as ACEs at Better Way to get so many opportunities on the phone with our customers with real conversations, right? Not all transactional, not just placing orders, but we get to hear all of these thousands of different stories, build relationships, and cultivate relationships. That's one of my favorite parts of our customers, is getting to hear from them often, making friends from around the world. So really, one of my favorite stories is from, we'll call him Tom from Hawaii. So this has probably been a year and a half or so ago. A gentleman calls in and he had just been diagnosed with prostate cancer, had found out about our beta glucan, but really wanted to nail down the science before he purchased. And it just so happened that at the same time, something you and I had spoke about, Robert, is that my father, the exact same time, was diagnosed with prostate cancer. So me and him really just right off the bat connected on this level. Just personally, of course, we go through the whole beta glucan thing, sign him up, and then he calls back a month later and he goes, "Hey, everything is going good, but how's your dad?" And then we start talking about that. I'm gonna go, "Well, hold on. How are you?" And then we've created this relationship where every month and a half, me and Tom get on the phone, we catch up, see how they're doing. And it's all because of beta glucan and the immune system, right? That's how I ended up here, right? He had something serious going on and he knew that he needed something to strengthen his immune response, right? And so that's what led him to us. And one thing led to another. Now I've got a best friend in Hawaii, where that's tricky to get on a phone when I'm on the East Coast, but we always manage to kind of match it up. And that really shows I have hundreds of relationships that our ACES teams have just like this, from people around the world, around the United States, that we get to talk to, and they call us, they give us updates on their life just to see how everything is going. And that's what you would say makes it worth waking up in the morning, is I know that there are those special phone calls every day that I get to be a part of. And there's just not a better company to work for. It's not a better product to represent. And there's no better customers in the world than the customers who call Better Way Health. So shout out all of my customers at Better Way. Y'all are the absolute best. I love my job and y'all make me love my job. Thank you.
Thank you, Zach. I know when I send folks over to Better Way Health, they're going to be taken care of from my show. I have no qualms whatsoever. You guys are amazing. Now, I also saw a comment. When are you going to get to the science? You guys be patient. This is a 3-hour fun event. We're going to be mixing it up. We got stories. We got customer service team stuff. We got scientists. We got doctors. It's a little pepper of this and pepper of that. We also have, I think, Charlene. Is she standing by to give us some more stories?
Hey,
There she
Charlene.
is.
Hello. Well, I'm excited to be here, and there's so many stories, it's hard to pick. And but today I was thinking about our customers. We have a long history with Vicky and her husband, and so I remember in 2020 getting this phone call, and I answered the phone, and Vicky said, "Charlene, you're just the lady I'm looking for." And she's like, "I don't know if you remember me, but last year I called with my husband to order beta glucan, and you prayed with us." And I remembered that it was actually a really serious situation. He had received, really bad news and advanced diagnosis and, not a great prognosis. And so I remembered that. I remember praying. And so I was so excited when Vicky called to share the testimony. And she said, this is a year later. She's like, "My husband is doing great. He feels amazing. We traveled internationally, and now we're both using the beta glucan." So super excited. They've both been using the product ever since then. And so that's been really fun. And then I just love the relationship that we do have over the years with our customers. As they started ordering for Black Friday, we got to check in every year and see how things were going. And I remember one of the years Vicky had this great idea to have her Black Friday orders shipped to Florida to avoid the sales tax. And so, but there was a slight challenge because there was a problem with the address. So her package was lost, and it was a really large Black Friday order, at least 20 bottles. So Vicky was kind of stressed and checking that tracking to see if it was going to be returned. And, you know, we were in communication. So I said, you know what, Vicky? I said, I want you to absolutely forget about this package. I'm going to find it. I'm going to take care of it, and I'm going to make sure that it gets to you. And I'm like, so check this off your list, and I want you to go enjoy your family, enjoy your holidays, and we'll be in touch. And she's like, okay, all right. So she did. And there was a process involved. We got the package, she got it delivered, and I got a phone call from Vicky, and she said, Charlene, thank you so much for getting that package back to me, and also for the encouragement that you shared in that timing. And so I will just say that, like Zach said, I mean, that's the best part. We love working with our customers, being part of the journey. We weep when they weep, we rejoice when they rejoice, and it's just truly an honor to be a part of their journeys.
Well, leading with the heart, Charlene, and that's so rare in this world where people are just selling stuff and churning through stuff. And it's like you guys develop these relationships that mean so much, and it means so much to me that I can be a part of it and so happily share this news, this good news, and these stories, much less the phone number and the website. And of course, if you guys are watching this, you know, betterwayhealth.com, you can get these deals that we're going to be talking about with Reggie in a moment, as well as maybe Taylor as well. And then we'll have AJ Lanigan joining us, and we got to get into the science then. So those that have been salivating for science, you've got it coming up.
That's right. Thank you so much to the ACES team. They are incredible. They are the heart and soul of this business. And so if you have ever had an experience with one of our customer service reps and from the team, you know that it's different. And we are very, very intentional about creating amazing customer experiences for everyone. But we really wanted to kick off this science section with none other than RSB, as you call him, the smartest funny guy you know. Is that right?
Well, he's the funny scientist, or is he I don't know if he's a comedian or a scientist for sometimes, but no matter what, you can't take away his smarts. And that's one of the reasons why I initially embraced and dove headlong into using the beta-glucan for my family, because I love the science too. Like some of you have been like, where's the science? I love that too, but I love the stories too. AJ's got them both coming out his ears. There's AJ Lanigan.
RSB, it's been a minute, brother. How you been?
I've been great, and I'm always greater when I see you, and I long for you coming back on my show soon as well. But tonight, it's an opportunity to just let loose on some science, and you said, get out of my way. So I'm going to get out of your way.
Well, I was trying to get out of the way Friday a week ago, and this guy ran into the back of me doing about 60 miles an hour. The truck's not in good shape, but I'm still vertical. Evidently, my immune response was there, even though I didn't see him coming. But yeah, I want to, we want to bore with a big bit today. This is a big deal, and I want to get right in the middle of it. While we're chatting here, realize that our bodies are maintaining about, give or take, 2 trillion lymphocytes. Now, I don't know who's got a job counting all those, but that's about the mass of the size of your brain. Now, these cells are constantly patrolling, they're scanning, they're making recognition decisions, self versus non-self, threat versus harm, all these things it's got to think about. But there's a problem. Most people don't understand that in modern times, modern immune systems, they aren't necessarily deficient. They've become disoriented. We're either chronically inflamed from stress, poor diets, or we're hypersanitized. Our immune systems can get bored because there's nothing to fight. So our immune system's cells basically have forgotten what it means to be a healthy, vigilant immune system and what that looks like. Now, a lot of people say, well, beta-glucan, it's a vitamin. No, it's not. And it's not a stimulant. Think of it as a teacher. It's the immune system's training molecule that our ancient ancestors, they encountered these things on a daily basis. We slept in the dirt. Fungus was all around us. In modern life, not so many people sleeping in the dirt nowadays. we get down into the tall weeds a little bit now, Robert. What is beta glucan? Well, again, it's a molecule that, a millennia ago, our immune systems evolved to recognize this particular structure. Now, when you use the term glucans, that can talk about molecules from yeast, from grains, from mushrooms, from euglena, all kind of things that do contain something called glucan. But all of these sources have different molecular structures. We want to concentrate on the beta 1316. And don't worry about drawing pictures. We got plenty of pictures on the websites and so forth for you to look at later. But whoever made our immune systems made this molecule a universal danger signal. It's a molecular pattern that says, oh, fungal form in the area. Be careful, be careful. Macrophages, think of it as the immune system's Pac-Man, has on its surface a receptor site called dectin-1. And dectin-1 binds to this specific molecular structure and activates this cell with great specificity. There's a lot of different things that it might bump up against, but it's a lock and key mechanism that has been refined over millions of years. So think of beta glucan a little bit, Robert. We, got some new terms. I know you probably hear, tired of hearing mold. Think of it as our immune system's smoke detector. It's not the fire itself. It's an early warning signal that primes our first responders. All right, how does it work? Well, there's two pathways in one elegant system. This unique molecule in the first pathway binds to this dectin-1 receptor, and then the insides of these immune cells, a lot of them found in our gut lining, and I've got a big, nice gut, so I got a lot of those cells. They activate a cascade of enzymes and others, Syk kinase, Carnahan, NF-kappa B. Don't worry about all that. There'll be a test later. But the result is you're going to end up with better immune communications, what we call cytokines. These are like chemical fax messages and emails that go back and forth, letting every immune cell in the body know what's going on, and basically giving us entire systemic immune priming. The second pathway is small fragments of these particles that are in part of our material. They end up binding to another receptor called complement receptor number 3, or otherwise CR3. They're on the surface of neutrophils. They're a special group of special forces. On any given day, neutrophils make up anywhere from 50, 60, maybe as much as 70% of your total white blood cell count. And if an infection's going on, you may see those numbers going any higher. But these neutrophils are born in the bone marrow, and they come out licensed to kill. If you activate these babies, if you're not self, it's bada bing, bada boom, and that's it. Now, what's the elegance of this specificity of this molecule? It primes the system. It's like cocking a gun. None of us know anything about guns. So I've got to kind of point out, you cock the gun, but the gun just doesn't fire until there's a second signal. What is the second signal? Well, a bad guy shows up, a virus, a bacteria, a parasite, a cancer cell, or a precancerous cell. That gives the second signal and puts these specialized immune cells. Now, 25, 30 years ago, when I first got started, a lot of this was speculation. It's not speculation anymore. The dectin-1 pathway, Harvard's figured it out, published in countless journals. The CR3 mechanism, that's all been worked out by the University of Louisville and many others, and they've been studying it on for 2 decades, and they'll continue to. There are researchers in this field that spend their entire lives studying just one of these receptors. And we're finding out new things all the time. So when you look at this material, it is probably the most thoroughly documented material that is out there today. Now, formulation, that's getting to the heart now. Why do we say that we've got to have 85% pure material or better? Well, because if it drops below that, you may have to take 6, 16, 160 times the dose to get the same immunological effect as taking one of our capsules. That's the first thing. Now, if some of these other materials that you find out there, and again, I emphasize the world is full of choices. We all have choices in everything we do in life. We may choose to do nothing. That's still a choice. But if we get the right glucan and the right process, you've got good, strong immune activation. Now, we can eat, the barley or the oat beta glucan. I love the little beta glucan, the advertisement with Cheerios. Sales always go up when she dances out there and talks about how great beta glucan is. That's actually a different structure. And those grain glucans, they really don't do a good job at affecting the immune response. And again, to emphasize the lower purity products, they're inconsistent with what they do, if anything. So you end up spending a lot of money. So there's a reason why we choose a minimum spec, and it's not just a detail, it's everything if you get ready to decide to use this product. And again, proven. People like Dr. Vaslav Vitka at the University of Louisville just recently retired about a year or so ago. In fact, he's sunning down in the St. Martin's for about 2 weeks with his lovely wife, Yana. But these things I'm pointing out, they mean everything. All these things we talk about with superior cytokine induction and different immune cells listening to one another, you just don't get it with these other compounds, and we know why. Now, clinically, we may have some medical doctors, may have some naturopaths, we may have people who consult regularly with Dr. Google. Okay, so let's get into some of the clinical impact. Some of the work that's been published out there based on live human beings. We've got a marathon runner study where just 250 milligrams a day for 4 weeks before a major race cut the post-race upper respiratory infections by tenfold. Similar results seen with firefighters, elderly populations, students stressed for taking final exams, across the board, young, old, 880, blind, crippling, whatever. It's been tested. Vaccines. Now, there's a lot of brouhaha about vaccines, and I certainly understand why. It is an invasive procedure. And I think just like with any other thing that they lock up, there's a reason why they lock that stuff up, Robert. Mm-hmm. It'll hurt you. And so caveat emptor, and particularly with its use. But multiple studies, and I will emphasize, whether you decide to use a vaccine or not, the outcome as far as future challenges will be better if you're using this product. Studies on recovery and resilience. Yeah. Athletes recover faster between competitions. Surgical patients show improved wound healing. Cancer patients maintain immune competence during chemotherapy. One of the most fascinating things, and I've seen a lot of fascinating things discovered about these compounds in the last 25 plus years. Trained immunity. We used to think to the innate immune system, it's one and done. It delivers its punch, and that's it. No, we find out again that this material will train and help these innate immune cells remember. And this training goes all the way to the bone marrow. We're talking about epigenetic changing of our entire immune system. Again, this is published and republished over and over in multiple studies.
And
So
AJ,
why now?
AJ, we've got, you're still in some of our thunder too. It's great. You're prepping us up because we've got actually a crazy marathon runner coming up here in a little bit. And a lot of those studies that you're talking about, we've got people coming in, to dive into those things. And so we've got Dr. Bergeron coming on next.
Yeah.
I want to get him queued up. But before we do that, I want to ask you a question that I've seen come in several times in the chat on one of the topics you touched on.
Sure.
So if Taylor, you want to come on and do a giveaway here while AJ answers the question, and then we'll
absolutely.
We'll bring on Dr. Bergeron. But question is that I saw several times in different forms: is beta glucan from yeast or mushrooms better?
That's a simple answer. The molecular structure that is best comes only from a baker's yeast. It's not that the mushroom doesn't work, is you have to take a lot more of it. Now, in the marketplace, even in the world of mushroom, a lot of times they're growing the mushroom mycelium in rice flour or some other starch flour. And when they harvest it, they harvest the whole thing. There's no way of separating out that material. So they're grinding that entire gamish. And if you had a highly purified mushroom material, like a PGG glucan or PSP, these water-soluble injectable drugs, you got some pretty good stuff. But hey, Dr. Vetvika even tested our material against that, and it takes about 8 times the dose, even for those highly purified drugs. So it's not that they don't work, it's the incredible amount of product you must consume. Now, I'll admit, I like mushrooms on my steak. But I couldn't eat enough to make the difference of one of our capsules.
Well, AJ, it's about efficiency. We want to use the least to get the most benefit. I never want to cut AJ Lanigan off, but I know we got so much to do here.
Thank you so much, AJ. We got Dr. Bergeron coming on now. So RSB and Dr. Bergeron, take it away.
Dr. Rhett Bergeron, again, another legend in the Atlanta area as a physician doing great work. It's so good to see you.
Well, thank you. And I promise you, it is my honor to be a part of this marathon event. I'd also say that I was first introduced to Better Way Health and beta glucan by a patient of mine named Dave about 15 or 20 years ago. And that patient also introduced me to AJ Lanigan many, many years ago. So it's an honor to follow AJ Lanigan. And anyway, just listening to AJ actually inspires me to add a few more, to add beta glucan to a few of my patients' protocols. And so glad to be here.
Well, and this is where people have the most intrigued, let's say, interest beyond just the science aspect, but integrated into a clinical practice. And Rhett, you see all kinds of patients all the time. And, I just think that the insights that you can share, if you have a few stories you'll be willing to share, as far as you don't have to name their patient names, of course, but kind of things that you've been able to help people with.
All right, I'll be glad to. Earlier Charlene was speaking and you made a comment. We all felt that she was speaking and working from the heart as she helped people. Well, I'd like to, not only from the heart, but I'd like to say we can work from a sense of confidence based on the science of 1,3-beta-glucan, and even more based on clinical experience. So I wanted to mention the focus of my practice is mostly around cancer, also some chronic infections and neurodegenerative diseases. But I could say I can highly encourage that every single patient with who currently has cancer or who has a history of cancer should absolutely consider adding beta glucan to their supplement regimen, even during any type of standard of care therapy. As most of us know, there's a certain sense of immune weakness with cancer, and especially if a patient is undergoing chemotherapy or has been, on chemotherapy in the past, the immune system sometimes never fully recovers after chemotherapy. And unfortunately, that's not really tested by oncologists, but it's true. The immune system can stay on the weaker side. And so I would encourage every cancer patient and anyone here with family members who have cancer to add this product to their regimen. And then a second thing I might suggest is we found this to be true. If someone is suffering from fatigue, and often there are multiple causes for fatigue, but one of them, of course, is underlying chronic infections that haven't been really tested or identified. But I would say that every patient with chronic fatigue should consider or commit to a 60-day trial of beta-glucan. I'm sure they can expect results sooner than 60 days. I think they'll find definitely an increase in energy if that fatigue is due to infection. So we've seen that work very, very well. I would also, similarly, I would say anyone who tends to catch infections or tends to keep these infections longer than they want, they would be an excellent candidate for beta-glucan. And then thirdly, I would say, maybe lastly, that in the area of aging, my sort of maxim is the older you get, the greater your need of beta-glucan. And because we know that as we age, the body slows down, energy drops a little bit. Well, so does immune function. And as we get older, it's not uncommon for our elderly friends and family. They end up, the more often not, they're in the hospital during the winter with flus and pneumonias. Well, 1,3 beta-glucan is one of the most fundamental supplements they should add to their regimen. And what I might say, just generally speaking, a very simple but comprehensive winter immune protocol would be the basics of zinc, D, C, A, and 1,3 beta-glucan. So those are some initial thoughts that I might share.
Yes, appreciate that, Dr. Bergeron. And what about the concept of immune modulation, that concept versus immune stimulation? Because there's so many people that are afraid of hyper-stimulating their immune response. Maybe they're borderline or into the phase of autoimmune diagnoses. Have you seen safety in working with the beta-glucan in your practice?
I have. I've never seen 1,3 beta-glucan ever aggravate any person with an autoimmune condition or any type of inflammatory condition. And so I think, immune modulation is definitely one of the right ways to describe this type of product. And so, for example, anyone with inflammatory bowel disease, such as Crohn's or ulcerative colitis, can also use this product and there's no concern for side effects. So I can easily encourage that.
Now, I think this is an easy question for you to answer, but it's not just that you're prescribing this for your patient population, but I'll hazard a guess that you might take this too.
I do. Actually, what I do is I rotate 1,3 beta-glucan in my regimen. There's so many good products, good supplements that all of us can benefit from. And, sometimes you really can't take them all in a given day or a week. So I like to do a monthly rotation of various products and get the best of as many things as possible.
Well, you do see a lot, and you have seen a lot in a long time in your practice. So your words come with, I think, a certain weight associated with your clinical experience, Dr. Bergeron. I so much appreciate you and your willingness to come on and share some good news here.
Well, thank you. And let me mention one other thing. Lately, I've seen so many men with prostate cancer. And so what I might make an official professional recommendation, prostate cancer usually is a very slow metabolic cancer. And so and a lot of men are choosing to wait and not necessarily rush into conventional therapy, mostly because of some of the side effects that are unwanted. But in the case of any cancer, but certainly with earlier diagnosed prostate cancer, I think I would encourage men to consider adding beta-glucan. And, along with other important lifestyle and dietary changes, and follow their PSAs. And as you and because the prostate cancer it has a slow metabolic rate, you can use something like beta glucan to really activate the immune system and take hold of those 2 trillion white blood cells that AJ mentioned and use them to fight against your cancer. So it's a very reasonable therapy to add 1,3 beta glucan.
Thanks. Nice addition for the men here, Brett. Rhett, I appreciate you so much. And Reggie, again, working with these physicians and having them come on here is a total bonus for the community. I hope you guys appreciate that.
Yeah, Dr. Rhett, thank you so much for coming on. Can you tell us, before you sign off here quick, where is your practice? What's the name of it? How can people find you?
The practice is called Real Health Medical, and it's in the Atlanta metropolitan area. There, I have a location in Roswell, Georgia, on the north side of the city, and then have a second location on the south side of the city in Stockbridge, Georgia. And we enjoy what we do, and we try to work hard and pray carefully.
And what types of patients do you accept at your practice?
We accept just a broad range of patients, just common, health problems that exist, chronic conditions, degenerative conditions. We try to be as helpful to as many people and handle a broad spectrum of health conditions.
Okay.
Excellent.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time, Dr. Bergeron.
Well, thank you. And it's my honor to be here. And I need to go so I can go place my order and get on that raffle. So thank you.
Heck yeah. Good luck,
Right.
Dr. Rhett Bergeron.
Okay.
Appreciate that very much. And now we got some more science for you sciencey people out there. Can't get enough of the egghead talk? Well, we got a real PhD joining us now. Dr. Chris Didamo. Welcome. Thank you for coming on board this evening and sharing some your sciencey wisdom on beta glucan and Better Way Health. Anything you got that's jumping out at you right now?
Well, in this, as I tell everybody, first, it's great to see 427 people in the house. So that's awesome. Glad to share some of this information. I hopped on, we're talking a little bit about immune health, but been around a lot of immune supplements, done clinical trials on a lot of immune supplements, but nothing has the evidence that beta glucan does, like just flat out. And that's it's rare to make superlative statements like that. Always, never, most, least, but it is the best studied immune supporting a natural product that's out there. So, especially this time of year as we're getting into cold and flu season, I think it's especially important that people are getting their beta glucan and giving their immune system all the extra support that it needs this time of year.
Yeah, and to support that science, I just want to acknowledge Better Way Health. They are part of a group of supplements with great science behind it, petitioning the government to actually free up the communication that we should all have. As for those of us here in America, we appreciate something called a First Amendment, which doesn't grant us a right of free speech. It's supposed to prohibit the government from restricting our freedom of speech. And if everybody knew all the things this product does, we could tell you that directly, oh my gosh, it would be life transforming for people that are just on the fence and don't really get the message.
Yeah, so I've been living that struggle for a long time. You do, and I equally commend Better Way Health, BWH Labs on the commitment to science. We just wrapped up a clinical trial of the BWH Labs product, looking at longevity, immune aging, all that this really interesting stuff that's gonna be released soon. But you can't say even what the product does a lot of times. You see some of this generic we call structure function language, and it's sort of unfortunate, but it's a fight worth fighting. And I know Better Way Health has been fighting that fight just so that we can say the truth, about what natural products can do to support our health.
Yeah, and it is a one that has induced fear into a lot of companies that just kind of cower in the shadows and don't want to be noticed. So the tenacity and courage and the principles of doing the right thing, standing up on the principles that I believe, this company and the people behind it and all of those that have reached out to the ACEs team and they learn of this commitment, that, it isn't just the stories that we tell that often do have a great impact beyond our ability to communicate the science directly because of the restrictions on direct language about products that are not drugs. But I so appreciate you, Chris, because I know you've been in this battle for a long time and produced profoundly impressive scientific validations, if you will. And then we go, can we go out and tell everybody? Well, no, not directly. It's like, wait a second. People think that's the craziest thing they ever heard. But eventually we'll all work and we'll one day be able to speak more directly on it. But thank you to all of your efforts, too, to make sure that this information doesn't fall away and it really one day rises up where we can be direct about it.
Well, you know, it's been a passion project for me. There's a lot easier ways as a scientist to make a living than doing clinical trials of natural products, but I myself have benefited from these products. My family has. You know, the beta glucan story is interesting. I was an athlete and was going hard, you know, in the gym, playing basketball, martial arts, all this stuff, and found myself getting colds far more often than I liked. And I went and dove into literature. It's what I'm trained to do, and just saw this wealth of science on yeast-derived beta-glucan in particular, preventing respiratory infections. And I said, well, I ought to give this a try. And, you know, started to notice some benefits, fewer colds. When I did get them, they were not as intense. They didn't last as long. And, you know, committed to doing some study on these products. And that's where we are today.
Yeah. And just to reiterate, from my perspective as a homeopath, I always look to things that have close to the safety profile of homeopathic medicine, which, you know, we know that even in the herbal and supplemental world, you can take too much of something and have a problem. As AJ has referred, and others have as well, the only way you're really going to hurt yourself with this is either you don't take it because you needed it, or you get bonked on the head with the bottle that falls from above. It has an amazing margin for safety, which is something that should concern us all, including even in the natural dietary supplement world.
Yeah, definitely. You know, in science, there's this term, the number needed to treat, that you'll see in some studies. You should see it more often. You'd be surprised how high that number is for, let's say, like a proton pump inhibitor medication to prevent acid reflux. The number needed to treat is quite a bit higher than you think. It's not 1 out of 1. You know, you may need to treat 10, 15 people to get one person to get the response you want. But there's also the number needed to harm that we ought to think more about. And the number needed to harm for a lot of medications is pretty low, sadly. But for something like beta-glucan, it's extraordinarily high because the safety is so well established for this product. And, you know, at this point, thousands of studies that have been done.
Well, and that's why I've been able to raise my children from their youthful young ages to now adulthood at 20 and 25. And as I've said before, they've never even once had to resort to an antibiotic drug, which is something even a doctor that prescribes those from time to time would rather say, I wish I didn't have to.
Oh, sure. Yeah, there is a time and place for them for certain people, but the ideal is to not have to take them because they wipe out the gut flora, especially for younger children. You know, that can have sometimes lifelong repercussions. So not to scare anybody, but, you know, the goal is to really give your immune system the defenses, the bolstering that it needs through beta-glucan and other healthy habits and natural products, such that you don't need to get antibiotics, or at least that you minimize the amount that you have to use them.
Yes, Dr. D'Adamo, the question I have here is about the sneak preview. I don't know, I'm pushing here, but you say there's some new science coming out, new trials coming out. Can you give us any hint or inclination of what might be revealed soon?
Okay. Well, we haven't seen the results yet, but the study that we did looked at taking, you know, beta-glucan, the BWH Labs 500 product, you know, the Better Way Health, so it's 500 milligram dose, and looked at how that affected people's biological age. So I think we all know people who, gosh, you're like, is 75 years old, but still running around like they're 35 years old. And conversely, someone who's 35 years old that is really struggling and maybe biologically, you're 75-year-old. There's actually science that sort of shows how people are aging biologically and not just chronologically with good labs. True Diagnostic is a lab that does that. Our team set out to see, well, how does taking the BWH Labs product, Better Way Health product, at the label dose, so not some super physiological dose, but what would be recommended for anybody to take, how does that affect their biological age? How does that impact their pace of aging? And then how does it affect the immune system age? And we're looking at all other kinds of pathways of the immune system, you know, in human beings to see what does this look like. So this, you know, this red hot longevity area, you know, it's not just how long you can live, but your health span, you know, how well, you know, you want to be out there living life, doing whatever it is you enjoy to do, you know, in your 80s, 90s, 100 and beyond. You know, that's what we're kind of going after, is to show that this product can help support people's longevity and health span goals. And we're going to have rock solid, hard scientific data to show that.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm thrilled that once again, not every company invests in this because it is not inexpensive to do. But to have the validations is so profound because it's more than creating marketing slogans and slick presentations to convince you to buy stuff. There's a lot of that goes on out there without the substance behind it. And I tend to only align myself with folks like Better Way Health that do that level of investment, that care enough to find the best people to validate, or even to learn things like, if something's off, you want to know because you always want to do the best. You always want to do better. And I know that your reputation precedes you. For those that don't know about you, I do, that you do that kind of quality work. And I appreciate Reggie and the gang working with you on this.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that right back. The fact that you've probably heard about some of these studies led by Dr. Vetvika, but it is, not all supplements are created equally. This goes across categories. And I wish we had better head-to-head comparisons so that people knew which product, when they go to a store or they look online, which one is going to give them the efficacy that they're seeking. These studies led over the course of many years, a decade plus, by Dr. Vetvika, compared beta-glucan commercially available products to one another on phagocytosis, which is a measure of immune function, IL-2, a variety of different measures of immune function. And the Better Way Health, BWH Labs products, in every single one of these studies, it wasn't like it was just one lot, conducted over a decade, consistently outperformed the other ones. And that to me is just, that's what you want to seek. Again, I wish we had this for everything out there, every probiotic that's out there, every herb that's out there, but we do have it for beta-glucan. And we know that these are the products that have the most efficacy.
Reggie, welcome back, my friend.
I am here, and thank you so much. We didn't give Chris, Dr. Chris Adamo, a proper intro, but Chris, you were hearing from a guy who's got, don't you have over 100 published papers in this field?
Thanks be to God, I do. Yes, I've got over 100 peer-reviewed scientific publications.
That's incredible. And a lot of these are on natural products and natural supplements. And so Chris is an epidemiologist. He got his PhD in epidemiology. And you were the director of research at the University of Maryland Center for Integrative Medicine for how long?
I did that for over 10 years.
10 years at the University of Maryland. So incredible education and background, and just our friend Dr. Eric Zielinski, looked into all your work and was like, man, this guy is prolific. That's the word that he used with all of your research. And I know you are a super humble guy like Moses, but I'm just going to get to brag on you, to let the lips of another man praise you. So we are so honored and grateful that you're here. You get to share some of the evidence and research on beta-glucan. And it's just been amazing to work with you and your team. And we are really, really excited. So I want everyone to stay tuned for the results of the clinical trial that Dr. Chris Adamo just put together with beta-glucan for biological aging. I mean, we're essentially trying to figure out how is this going to impact longevity, right? And how resilient is your immune system to be able to bounce back from things. So Dr. Chris, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. So I know it's time to go put the kids to bed.
You got it.
So we appreciate you stopping by.
My pleasure. Great to see everybody. Stay healthy, everybody. And it was a pleasure to be with you.
Good to see you, Chris. Thank you.
We're going into kind of our next, act here. We're going to pivot, and we're going to talk about this thing right here, Immune Ready, which is the beta-glucan in a drink, in kids' gummies. We're going to be sharing a little bit about this. So we're going to bring on Kevin Wallace, who is my partner in business. And Kevin, who came on, been here 5 years now. And, we've been selling this product in a capsule for 25 years. And Kevin's got a mission and a vision to take this product to the world that started on the other side of the world. So Kevin, tell us about Immune Ready and what's Immune Ready?
Hey. Yes. So that is absolutely the key to this. The key to the whole mission, to everything here is the beta-glucan, right? I mean, I've been taking this ingredient over the last 5 years. I believe this is the single best and easiest thing you can do for your immune system. Having said that, it's been in a capsule for up until, about a year ago. So I've been taking mission trips for the past few years, pretty deep into the Himalayas. It's pretty rigorous. And I have been taking the capsule. Took the capsule, I would mix it with, a liquid IV or a hydration drink, and start my mornings out that way. Did well. But one morning on the trail, wake up, I'm doing that, and I have this moment of, hey, this could be a better experience. There's an opportunity here. So that's where the concept of Immune Ready and creating a drink that would meet the immune readiness needs of high performance, of travel, of, it would be refreshing and convenient at the same time, really made for mission, mission ready. So came back from that trip, I think it was in 23. I spent like the next year working through formulation, working through form factor, working through brand positioning, all the different pieces that go into what we have now, which is the Immune Ready drink. So that was awesome. This year, I got to take the finished product, all 3 flavors, back on the same trip. Just got back a couple of days ago from Nepal, and provided the whole team. There was 9 of us. Provided everybody with the drinks, a mix pack of everything, of all the drinks, and also I picked up some Himalayan salt while I was over there, and we would mix that in the mornings as well to give an extra electrolyte boost, because I just didn't want 1,000 milligrams of sodium in the drink, the kids will be drinking. So, but it is easy to turn that into whatever, like a custom hydration electrolyte performance drink, if you want. So that's the way we used it. This trip turned into the same grueling, the first day of trek is about 12, 13 hours. Like, you're leaving out when it's daybreak, and you're normally trekking in the dark for the last little bit. But this year there happened to be a cyclone in the Bay of Bengal, so that created like monsoon conditions, and not only did we do the normal trek, but we were just downpour the whole time for the first half of the trek. And so we needed even more, the immune readiness, the protection with the drink, taking the capsules, the pure beta glucan, all those things together. We made it to our destination, where we spend like 24 hours with a specific group, and it was amazing. So, hey, and I have a few. Let me see if I can get these. I'm gonna share screen. Let's see. Okay, just as this is just a little intro into what. Well, I was gonna play some. We'll just look at some images. The screen, you can see the darkness. This was us hiking back after that first day. Pouring rain in the dark, lamps on, headlights on for like 2 to 3 hours of the last part of the trek. Us on the trail. Yep, at our destination, Redok, which is a small village in the very northern part of Nepal. Amazing. And actually got some Immune Ready kids gummies in there. So those were going to the kids. In this case, one of our guide started having some fun here with one of the leaders up there. So So poor Pooh was passing out immune ready gummies to that's Cheddar.
Shut up.
That's my boy Cheddar. He's a leader up there. And then poor Pooh proceeded to, keep handing them out to the kids and the moms and the grandmothers and the
Kevin, how many guys did you tell me that went on the trip with you this year?
There's 9. There was 9 of us.
And y'all were in the middle of a monsoon, hiking up the side of the mountains, and
yes,
everybody's taking the immune ready and didn't get sick, right? Kept you healthy.
Yeah,
Nice.
Nobody got sick. Here's the Himalayan salt that I had a nice lady, pack me for the trek, and was sharing that with everybody. Just dump it in when the sticks go in, and then so the outcome was, there's all this along the way, joy with the kids, encouragement, and then nobody got sick. So
That's great.
that was, we had, I don't know, 3 days of flights in, 6-7 days of trekking, and then, 3 days of flights back. So all that travel, all that high performance, all that, and all the different conditions.
Kevin, that's a
everyone made
profound
it.
testimony to put your body to that level of strain and stress, traveling all over the world, getting there and then hiking for days like you did. Just totally impressed. I like that immune ready looks terrific.
Thank you, Kevin. And RSP, I want to say, so we've got Kenny coming on next, who will introduce a good friend of mine. This thing, an idea was born, from Kevin traveling to Nepal. And now we've got coming on next, Kenny, who's a 4th degree black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, who travels all over the world. You're going to see this theme of travel, guys that are going. And he is actually going to be calling in, I believe, from Vietnam, where he is there currently teaching and training. Kenny, welcome.
There it is. What's up, guys? And I thought the meeting started like 2 hours ago, so I've been up since like 5 a.m. waiting on you guys.
Well, that's Reggie. I'm pointing to Reggie. So when you get him in the ring next time, you talk to him. Kenny, your use of the beta glucan as a high functioning athlete, when we talk about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you talk about putting your body to the extreme within short burst periods of time as well. And recovery is important. That also relates to immune function. How have you integrated the Better Way Health beta glucan or other products?
Well, it's not just integrated. It's a part of my life now. It's part of my gym's life. We sell it at the gym. Look at this. Look at this. I just got done at the gym. I'm drinking this right now, you see, because I know how important my immune system is to me, because especially when I'm traveling, I'm teaching, I'm training. If I get sick, it costs me a lot of money, okay? People fly me out all over the world to come and teach, and not only on me, it's going to cost them a lot of money. So it's very important. And we're rigorously sweating every day. I mean, sweating on each other. That's the thing. I'm not just going out as a high performing athlete, just sweating. We're literally sweating on each other. So I don't know what Reggie has. I don't know when Reggie sweats on me, he breathes on me. I don't know what I'm, exposed to, right? And so it's very important for me to keep my own, not only my body, but just myself healthy.
Well, yeah. And the thing is about the interaction with other human beings, we do not want to fear interaction. They've told us the lie that we must separate, divide, hide, mask up, and, live in fear. That's not the way you live. And I don't want anybody to have to live that way. And part of the way to break through fear is to realize we can strengthen ourselves within by practicing like you do, and also integrating the things and making it, as you said, part of your life. The things that modulate and strengthen your immune system.
Yes, 100%. And this thing, my son actually loves this too. It's that old school flavor. This is the tiger's blood. So it's the coconut watermelon, right? And so this tastes so good. I mean, he literally, he looks for it. Sometimes I gotta, stock up extra because I run out. I mean, sometimes I can't have it because he already took it all.
Well, what do you expect when you name the flavor Tiger's Blood? The kids are going to be like, I want that. That is awesome. What a cool combination. Now, I'm blown away by anybody that takes part in the things that I guess used to be part of the human experience to strengthen our bodies throughout all of our age ranges, you know. And I think as we talk about a study on longevity that Reggie and the gang are funding, part of that ability to be strong into old age is doing the things that you're teaching, Kenny. And I'm really thrilled to first connect with you here. And I can't wait one day, maybe when you're not having to wake up at 5 a.m, to get you on my show to talk about your journey, because I took up kickboxing very late in life relative to my whole life, and I've only gotten stronger from it. And by doing the things we talk about here, we can manage even the things we thought were going to happen when we age, and we can get stronger as we go.
Sure. It's not about just for me, it's not just jujitsu, it's any activity. It's people, there's that old saying, we don't get old because we're not moving. We get old because we stop moving, right? And so it's the quality of life that we're looking for. As we get older, we may move a little bit less, but we're still moving. We want to be able to live that quality life. You don't want to be 80, 90 years old and be, bedridden. You want to be 80, 90 years old. You want to be outside walking. You want to be playing with the grandkids. You want to be traveling, right? And so that's what I'm striving for.
We want to be dancing if that's your thing too. Whatever it is, to keep moving. That's life. How old is your kid or kids?
He's 9, actually.
9 years old, man. I remember that. My youngest is 20 now, so you got some fun to look forward to.
Yeah, I got to keep up with him. I had him late, in late stages of my life, right? So I got to keep up with him. I got to take him to jiu-jitsu. I got to train with him. I got to play kickball. I mean, I got to go to soccer. There's a lot I got to do with him, so I got to be able to keep up. And my health is very important to me.
Yeah, well, and to those next generations. That's why I've been saying my kids now, young adults, and I've been raising them with the beta-glucan from Better Way Health, and they've never had to resort to some of those drugs that I grew up having to take because I didn't know better. So I'm grateful for you and raising your child in a healthier environment.
Hey, I always say monkey see, monkey do. Whatever the kids are used to giving, that's what they're going to do.
Thank you so much, Kenny, for stopping by. I know this is like crazy hours for you, so it means the world to me and to everyone here to have you and your story showing up. I wanted to talk a little bit about just, Kenny and what he's doing. Me and my whole family train at Kenny's jiu-jitsu gym. He runs an incredible academy in Marietta, Georgia. And then Kenny also has a show that you can find on YouTube called Mat Made. Like your story is made on the mats, and he travels all over the world, as he's mentioning. So it's very important for him to stay healthy, but he's on a mission to empower people to stay healthy, to stay active, and through jujitsu. And he's telling stories about how jujitsu has changed people's lives, because it does. You get the community, you get the exercise, you get the discipline, you have a structured system. And so I'm obviously, biased and a huge fan of it. So thank you, Kenny. And on that note of, Kenny's in Vietnam right now teaching and training. So we want to make sure that he stays healthy as he's traveling. He was just in Korea, I think yesterday, teaching and training at a different place, traveling all over the world. I mean, last year where you went to Greece, you went over to Europe. I mean, like every time, I'm talking to you, you're traveling all over the planet, man. And our job at Better Way Health is to make sure that you stay healthy, you don't get sick, and you get to keep training at an age. And so speaking of that, I don't know if we've even talked about this yet, Kenny, but traveling, we've actually got a sponsored athlete by the name of Natalia Lazarus that we're going to talk about in a little bit. We've actually got a video of her coming up in just a few seconds. But RSB, I told you about this.
Yes.
And it's unbelievable what she's about to do. And so I want everyone to just join us in her journey and follow Natalia because she is about to do something called the Great World Race. All right. And so it's 7 marathons in 7 days on 7 different continents. She is about to run 7 marathons. She's starting Friday in 2 days. She is going to start off running in a marathon in Antarctica. And just like we've got to keep Kenny healthy, we're keeping Natalia healthy in her immune system because of all the stuff is about to be exposed to and all the marathon studies. AJ mentioned them earlier. We've got data, we've got studies on beta glucan keeping marathon runners healthier. And so Natalia is beta glucaned up. She is immune ready. So I want to play this video And then RSB, I want to chat a little bit about this Great World Race and Natalia's journey and how you can follow it.
Dude, thanks, Kenny.
Thank you, Kenny.
Immune Ready has been a game changer for me in training for the Great World Race. With all the back-to-back miles, it's really important to keep my immune system healthy and strong. But what I love most is the people that really make this possible, the team behind Immune Ready. They truly do feel like family, and they really do care about your overall health and wellness.
I heard what you said, Reggie, and I'm still just staggering to conceive of what she's attempting starting Friday.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
And so the first run, and I didn't even know that there wasn't a course you could run in Antarctica, a marathon.
That's right. She's starting out in Wolf's Fang, Antarctica in 2 days. On Friday is her first race in Antarctica, and then she will get on a plane and she'll fly to Cape Town. And away she goes, 7 marathons in 7 days on 7 different continents.
Just the time you have to transit on a plane between these places is a day in some cases. I'm blown away. I can't wait to talk to this woman. And, I pray that she survives, and others, if anybody else is doing this, that they do that. But I'm glad she's got the beta glucan, because I don't know that it would be possible without it.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that, she was as as ready as possible, as immune ready as possible. Now, the really incredible thing about Natalia is she's got a husband named Dr. Ryan Lazarus. So Natalia and Ryan happens to be a functional medicine doctor who trains high performance athletes. I mean, this is a guy that works with athletes that are doing crazy things like rowing across, the Pacific Ocean on a rowboat, and like these crazy feats. And so we've got you guys will start to see Ryan pop up. We're going to do an athlete focused education series coming up in the new year with him. But Dr. Ryan Lazarus is amazing, works with all these incredible athletes. And so, of course, he's helping his wife and making sure that she's healthy, that she can thrive through traveling around the world, doing 7 marathons in 7 days. And so Dr. Ryan Lazarus and Natalia wanted to join us today, but unfortunately they're in Antarctica, or fortunately for them, running a marathon. And this really goes back to, we gave them the research probably 6 months ago and said, hey, we've actually got published studies using our beta glucan product for marathon runners, showing fewer upper respiratory tract infections, showing faster recovery times, because we know there's this concept in the literature that's referred to as the open window. And that open window means that when you are going through some high intensity exercise, your immune system is really beat down. There's about a 24-hour period where you're very susceptible to infections and bacteria and things like that, and your immune system is depleted. And so after high intensity exercise, it is critical that you get all the extra immune support you can get. And so we have juiced up Natalia to run around the world. So if you are part of the Better Way Health family, if you're on our mailing list, if you are a customer, we're going to be keeping everybody up to speed as we get updates from them on how this great world race is going. So very excited and very proud and honored to be partnering with Natalia and her husband, Dr. Ryan Lazarus, on this journey.
Excellent. I can't wait to follow through on this one.
I don't think there could be even a queue up for what's coming up next with the Immune Ready kids, right? And Dr. Z and Mama Z coming on. RSB, you know them well.
Yeah, with all their kids, and they keep having more kids. I can't keep up with them. I haven't seen them in a while, and I'm excited just to have them be part of this. I love them dearly. Dr. Z and Sabrina. Oh my gosh, are they really here with us? Yeah, look at that. There they are.
Hey, brother, long time no see.
Oh my gosh, you guys are awesome. Love you dearly. So good to see you. Can't wait to hear all the good things you guys are up to.
Yay.
Well, we're having babies, RSP.
Yes.
Baby Z. We can call this another beta glucan baby.
Yes.
Thank God for Immune Ready and for the beta glucan for empowering Mama Z throughout the pregnancy. And
yes.
Number 7, baby Elizabeth, is doing great, and she's getting the beta glucan through the breast milk.
Yeah.
And we love it. Yeah.
Well, you guys are really countering the lack of fertility out there that I read about everywhere. So thank God for the Zelensky family single-handedly repopulating America. Thank you.
Yes, buddy. We got to talk to Chris about doing a study. I'm convinced I'm convinced, and our heart goes out to people, obviously, who can't have children that want to, but there's definitely a connection between immune function, fertility, health in general. And when it dawned on me that we need to be smarter, right? We've heard so much today about trained immunity, immune modulation, right? Wait till you get the study from Chris, immune resilience. We need to be a little more strategic in the products that we take. And when we met Reggie 10 years ago, and he just plopped a big binder of research in front of me at a lunch meeting and said, "Hey, you're a researcher. What does this mean to you?" My mind was spinning. I'm like, I've never seen or heard of a product or an ingredient with so much data behind it. It's almost too good to be true. It's almost overwhelming to the point where you don't even know how to sift through it. And, it all started with the 500 milligram, and then it kind of changed to a couple different products. And now we live the whole kids, because the reality is, RSB, you can't give this to a 3-year-old.
Right.
And even the older ones, but we did it, right? We took the capsules out, we put it in the smoothies, and I'll let Mama Z share some things about the cream and the drink that's really helped change, just made things so much easier with the gummies, with the kids. But to know that we're being protected, to know that we're just not randomly, quote, boosting immune function in a way that, quite frankly, can cause immune fatigue, to know that when our kids go to school, they're not like all the other kids that are sick for weeks on end. And there's something to say, like, we kind of feel like we got a force field around us. And I give beta-glucan a lot of the credit because it's just something you can't get in your diet. That's a big thing, right? If we can't DIY, if we can't garden it, we think twice about it. So out of all the things that we do, that's one thing that we really appreciate about this product, is because there's no way of consuming it in nature in its natural form. So you have to supplement with it. And it gives us like this really sweet edge. So I'll go on and on about it. For those of you who don't know, I'm actually part of the research study with Chris. I'm super excited, been presenting around the country, and I've learned so much about the immune system, and Sabrina, by virtue, has lived it. But
so, I mean, like for me, it's like, what is it going to actually do, with the kids? So, whenever we would go on trips or travel with the kids, we'd be in a different environment. We come home and it's like this paradox that the next couple weeks we might get sick. You just don't know. And so I tested it out. We go to Florida and we come back, we get sick, so boosting the immune system, at first it became just like something that I did before the trip. Let's see if it works, type of a thing, to really learning, especially after the documentary we did on breast cancer, just chasing after boosting your immunity on a regular basis, how important and invaluable it is for your everyday life. And so we've incorporated that in some of the things that we do with the kids. And of course, we do beef things up when we are going places, because it does really make a difference. But to have something in place on a regular basis that you're using, that's super easy for moms, easy for us on the go, is a game changer.
Well, the inordinate flexibility in terms of how to use these products. Yeah. We've had great examples here this evening, and you just bring up another one like I love so much because I've raised my kids with this, and now they're young adults. You probably remember my kids when they were a lot younger. You wouldn't recognize them today, but I've been able to raise them without the medicines that I grew up on and my wife grew up on before we knew better, because many of us in America were raised in medical and pharmaceutical type families. And we now realize we've got to do better. There's a place for those things, but more as a last resort, not first, second, or third. And so we've been able to preclude the need for the things that my parents, who didn't know better, went right to the doctor for everything. And we're overusing and abusing that system to the point where our kids never get a chance. And so we've heard some stories tonight from people that are on with us that have children, young adults, and grandkids that are in tremendous immune challenges, situations. Thank God we have access to this. But as your story shows, for those that don't have that concern yet, and hopefully you never will, part of the process is embracing what we're talking about tonight, putting it into practice in your family, raising your kids this way, and then you'll see that they will be raised stronger than we ever were had we known this now back then.
Yeah, this is a generational shift, RSB, and I think that's what you're going after here. especially after what's happened since 2020, there's a significant difference between those that have resilient immune systems and those that don't. And we see it in infertility. We're seeing a massive increase in cancer, heart disease, so many things that are happening. Of course, obviously, you're looking at people. We look at diabetes, we look at obesity. And at the core of everything here, when it comes down to it, we believe that Christ came to give us an abundant life, right? It's part of our mission as biblical health mentors and educators to share what the Bible says about living a healthy, abundant life, which is one reason why, by the way, I appreciate the company. They're so humble. But if you guys never noticed, look at the 1 Corinthians 12 verse right there, right? The blessing of a better way. And it's so great to be able to partner with for us, right, Christian-owned company, dear friends of ours that we've known for 10 years, local American company with the intent to pass on the legacy to their kids. And RSB, this is something that I know you've seen so many times. Y'all, how many times have a supplement company sold to a bigger company? And it happens a lot. Next thing you know, the product's not the same. Mm-hmm. And I hate to say it, Bragg's is one of them. And you go one by one, Garden of Life was another one, Ancient Nutrition. All these big companies are selling out to venture capitalism. And that's the goal. Build a company, make a lot of money, sell it, go on. Every time that happens, the big company, because their bottom line is the most important thing, they end up compromising on ingredients. And I had a very just heart to heart with Reggie a few months ago, and him and Kevin, just their intent is to pass this on to their kids. And Jeremiah, Reggie's son, goes to conferences with him. And he's learning at 9, 10 years old. Mm-hmm. That's something that I could get behind in a huge way, y'all, because at this point, we want something that we could trust. And when you talk to a practitioner who's using a different kind of beta glucan in my network, and like, well, I get inconclusive results, it's inconsistent. I'm like, well, it's because the product's not batch tested. It's because it's not specific. It's because they have no quality. It's because the product keeps on changing. You're not going to get that with this product. You know, they have an 85% purity standard. Like no one else in the world has the ability to do that, but Better Way Health. It's the purest, most potent product in the world, and it's consistent. So if you're scientific and if you're a practitioner, and if you want consistent results, if you're a mom or dad trying to treat yourself or your kids, you want consistent results, you need something like this. This is next to a pharmaceutical grade intervention, as close as you could get in the natural world. How can you not get behind it, right? Yeah. And so it checks all the boxes. It really does. And it's such a blessing for us to have this ability because, like you said, we didn't have it. We were part of the Mercedes 80s era, right? Where doctors were cutting checks all the time, making buku bucks on antibiotics and prophylactic surgeries. And so we believe that we're giving like your kids and Reggie's kids and Kevin's kids and all the kids that are part of this world, this community, this family, such a wonderful edge on life to then be able to be fruitful and prosper, because that's the abundant life that Christ came to give us. It's not to be sick, not to be worried, to have a strong, resilient immune system, which is the key, to living a healthier, longer life. And so it's such a blessing. I'm so grateful for it. And I know it's just made such a difference in little things. Like talk about some of the cream, like, because this is so key.
Talk about that. But I want to also say that for a mom, it's got to be practical, right? So like the kids they ask me, why are we taking this or why this, they want to know. So I'm like, there are certain products that are going to overuse your immune system and actually like shut it down. And this is kind of like you putting on like a super suit. It helps to like soup up your immune system. And so I try to teach them that certain supplements like this, they do have certain rules. So like the first thing when the kids come down in the morning, they're going to have this because it's going to be about 30 minutes before they go to eat their breakfast and stuff like that, because we want to use it in its maximum capacity, right? So I try to teach them that stuff early. Now I have kids all the way from 6 months old all the way to 17. So, once they get past a certain point, they graduate. I make sure that they are able to actually swallow real pills. So they can have supplements by the time that they're 10, and I start them with one, and then, I graduate them. So because I give them a choice, you can be like my grandma and chew all of your supplements, or you can put them in your beverage or whatever. or you can, take it like a big girl or big boy and actually take them down. Because I have friends that still, when they actually have to take medicine, have to have things formulated into gummies for themselves because they do not know how to do that. And I refuse to have that happen. So as the kids get older, they can take the beta glucan 100 and 500 if we're boosting up for a trip or whatever. And so they know the rules and so it's so easy. One little gummy does so much to boost the immune system. But, for us parents, we're on the go. And so again, things have to work with our system. I love this Immune Ready stuff. The flavors are actually amazing. The original, and then they got this new cherry limeade that's amazing. But it's a kind of a toss up between them. But I like to throw these into my my Super Greens shaker in the morning, and I help to supercharge my Super Greens shake and just maximize. So I kind of geek out on this kind of stuff because it is so valuable. I'm always looking at biohacking and working the lymphatic system and adding certain things, but this product just happens to be a lot of keys that turn things on. And so I'm just grateful that we're able to be a part of this. And he mentioned the cream, and this is like an anti-aging game changer. I am 47 years old. And this is one of my keys to staying and looking young. I love this product. They don't use water in it. They use aloe vera. So when the kids have something going on with their skin, this is a go-to in order to, because it keeps the skin dewy and fresh. And like if there's abrasions, and believe me, I have boys, everything is a weapon. So there is things that need attention when it comes to that. So and our kids do like to play, and so that is an awesome cream, not just for mama to look young, but also for the babies to be able to help heal their skin when they have things going on.
Mama Z is super mom, if there ever was one. Unbelievable, your journey, folks. You guys are amazing and great examples for others. And I know that's what you do. You live and strive to be good examples for your kids and also the community around you. And being part of this community, I'm blessed to know you guys. And I'm thankful for you sharing the story. I think we're going to learn more about that cream from Jessica Carter soon, too. I think we also have some more giveaways to give out. But I can't wait to see you, Dr. Z and Mama Z, again in, as they call it, IRL, in real life, which is all we used to know.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eric and Sabrina, for being on here. It just means the world to us. I mean, there is no better picture of beta glucan for the whole family. And so I just want to shout out you and what y'all do. Everyone needs to go be following them. They run Natural Living Family. The website, find them, naturallivingfamily.com. And you do a ton of DIY stuff, right? It's just like how to detox and make your house healthy. Is that correct?
Yes, of course we do. We want to teach really good natural applications to real life so that you can do it yourself. And this is one of the tools we use too.
Thank you. Thank you both so much. We are going to dive into the cream here in a little bit. Thanks for stopping by.
So I know we got Jessica Carter standing by. Let's learn a little bit about her, Reggie.
Yeah, Jessica, as she's coming on, she's going to turn on and talk a little bit about cream and how and why she is using it in her practice. I know she personally uses it, but Jessica, welcome. Thank you so much for coming on with us tonight. It is an absolute honor and privilege to have you on board. You have more credentials and initials than anybody on the call for sure. It is alphabet soup behind her name. And so her tag would have filled up like 3 layers on the screen because of all the education that she's doing. And she's also now on top of that, because she loves it, getting her PhD. But Jessica's a registered licensed dietitian, a certified diabetes care and education specialist, a certified functional medicine practitioner. She's a yoga teacher. I mean, everything. Jessica does a little bit of everything, but you're using beta glucan in your practice and with your clients. And so we'd love for you to tell us a little bit more and talk about the cream.
Yeah, well, thank you. I know it gets a little lengthy when I put that on, so I do sometimes narrow it, but appreciate that. Someday I'll have that PhD. Someday. Takes a while. So thank you for having me again. I'd like to just start by kind of saying how I got introduced to beta glucan, because it's really an amazing product, and how I use it is not just the cream, of course. As a dietitian, I'm working with supplements, so it is like this multi-prong approach. So I started, well, I was introduced initially through my work with Ovation Lab and their research initiatives, which you all got to hear Chris D'Adamo earlier. So being a clinician, of course, I was excited about all the literature that he talked about. It's vast. So there is so much research on beta glucan, and I got myself a copy of Vetvika's book. You can see I even have it tagged there. So I dove in, and I was struck, of course, by the volume and the quality, but it was the novelty also of having so much evidence. That's not something you see in the natural product space. So that really got me intrigued. And as most of us healthcare practitioners do, we start taking the product ourselves. So that's what I did. I started taking it myself. I was traveling a lot at that time with conferences. So it was a great fit there just to stay healthy and stay well. And then I moved it into my family. This isn't about the cream either, but I use it with my daughter. She's a high school athlete. And if any of you have high school athletes, it is a rigorous schedule. I mean, there are like sometimes 6 day a week practices, and there's meets or games every other day, it feels like, and it's a short season. So you really can't afford to get sick. So this year we just exited swim season. We're entering basketball, but at the start of swim season, I started having her take it every day, and she was not sick one day. She didn't miss a single practice for being sick. So that was fantastic. And her recovery too. So not just the sick thing, she was able to recover better. Swimming's hard. She's a flyer. That's hard on the shoulders. So she had better recovery. We'll see how it goes with basketball season, but we're excited. So then once I was seeing positive results in myself and in my family, I moved that into my practice. So that's kind of, again, that flow. A lot of us healthcare practitioners do that. We try it ourselves, and we move on to the guinea pigs of our family, and then we fit it in with our patient population. And it really fit well for me because of so many aspects, but that foundational piece. As a dietitian, a lot of people are, I get people coming to me to find some support for treatments that they have, or they're in chronic disease, but there's a lot of preventatives aspect to my practice. So being such a foundational nutrient, it fit well. And then I was introduced to the cream. So the cream got me so excited. And I'll tell you about my own experience and a case study too. But first, I just want to talk a little bit about why I found value in the cream, not just from the beauty aspect. Of course, I was attracted to that. I'm in my 40s, and as Dr. Z's wife said, that we want to have youthful skin. So I was really attracted to the ingredients there from that aspect. But also, immune resilience is a two-barrier story. So it's the gut and the skin. In nutrition, we say the skin is a window to our gut. And so I started, of course, I had beta glucan internally, but then I started having patients who, they would come see me with a rash. Maybe it was gut related, maybe it wasn't, maybe it was just a coincidence, but I started just adding that on as a way to get them a little faster results, because it takes time. And one of the challenges in the nutrition space is people lose that motivation over time if they're not seeing the results right away, and replenishing and refurbishing, whatever we want to say, the internal system is not as visible as when we use something on our skin. So that's how it came up initially. Go ahead.
Jessica, if I may, how often, because with all those initials by your name, I can tell you are also into the science in addition to your clinical experience. And how often have you encountered, let's say in the dietary supplement realm, something that is so substantiated as is the beta glucan that we use for Better Way Health?
Truly not often. I mean, I have the pleasure of working in the functional integrative longevity space. So we're seeing a lot of innovative and exciting products all the time. But the thing that attracts me to beta glucan actually is also it's like it's classic. It's foundational. It stands up to all of these trends and everything. It stands firm in this sea of so many different products coming and going, and there's just no denying the amount of research. So there truly isn't another product that that holds that value. And I can't find a patient not to use it with. I mean, I struggle to, I don't see patients who are on severe immunosuppressants or anything like that. So I've rarely found a patient that it wasn't a good fit, regardless of what their challenges were.
And what about the safety profile? Once again, I see supplements out there that I look at some of the ingredients and even the excipients and binders, all these things that cause me to question, how much do I want someone to take of that to get the good stuff out of it?
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because I was just actually drafting an email to a practitioner who had referred somebody to me, and I wanted them to potentially try a different supplement for something else. And I was struggling because I had to pull in so much, and I was a little nervous about maybe they couldn't take it because of this or this, but I never have that problem with beta glucan. I feel just so confident and recommending it, as a dietitian, and not having prescribing powers to the extent that a healthcare practitioner or medical doctor might have. I will usually recommend my clients run everything by their practitioner. Rarely is there a product that I'm like, this is probably fine. But this one, I feel pretty good about saying, I can't find a good reason why you shouldn't take this. So I feel in terms of the safety profile, I mean, that says a lot there.
Yeah, and just to reiterate, I've seen some questions come in. It was mentioned earlier tonight, people ask about, can I take it if, right? What is it contraindicated for? I saw one comment, if somebody's gone through cancer therapy. Well, we know it's not contraindicated for that. In fact, I think it's essential if someone's on any kind of cancer therapy personally. But there was the one caveat related to if somebody is on immunosuppressant drugs, for instance, anti-rejection drugs, if they've had transplants. Obviously, working with the immune system at that point becomes a very delicate balance. So that's the one area we say, man, work with your immunologist doctor in those cases. But outside of that, the benefit is profound, especially in the most severe cases, even though, as we talked also about it with a number of families and moms and dads out there, including me as a dad and my wife, how we prevented things from happening by keeping their immune system strong and not hyperstimulated, not overstimulated, but modulated.
Right. Well, and I was excited, going back to the cream and to thinking about safety profile too. Being a dietitian, I've worked in different spaces. I came from a conventional background, even though I'm now in this longevity functional medicine, that whole soup of kind of innovative practice. But in the conventional space, different times I've worked with clients who had really severe conditions. As a diabetes educator, that was just the realm I was in. And sometimes patients would be bedbound for different reasons, and bed sores were often an issue, of course. And it was, thinking about a safe product to use and also supporting their nutrition system and wanting to see faster healing, because then we could get them more motivated to make better choices. When people feel better, they want to make a healthier choice. And so when I saw that the cream there was some research around how it supported the healing with bed sores, it just prompted me to think about those years past. And I've already shared this with some of my colleagues who still work in long-term care facilities as well, and just with that population. But just, it's exciting to see all the spaces that the cream serves.
I mean, all that, and you have a teenage athlete in high school. I don't know how I don't think I could keep up with you.
Yeah, well, Reggie knows there's a story recently. I had to go pick her up from school. She had all kinds of stuff going on. So one of them was a rash that came up, whether it was a real rash or not. But I brought the beta glucan cream. It's become that kind of carry everywhere cream. My grandma used to carry mentholatum, then she graduated to Aquaphor, and we used to joke, if you cut off your arm, grandma would put some Aquaphor on it. But I feel like I've taken up that charge with the beta glucan cream.
Awesome. Well, Jessica, thank you. It's great to connect with you. I'll have to talk with you again on my show as well, with your background and still we'll have a lot to share.
Yeah. No, it's great to be here. I'm happy. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Jessica. Thanks for sharing with us.
All right. Bye, everybody.
The other one that we've asked in multiple ways was just, how does this product compare to others? The beautiful thing about beta glucan, you heard AJ mention it. You've heard some other people talk about Dr. Vedvika's book. Dr. Vedvika out of the University of Louisville is kind of like the Michael Jordan of beta glucan. He was a leading researcher in the world. He had over 200 published studies on beta glucan. The guy dedicated his entire life to this one ingredient, his scientific life. And nobody has that amount of research published. And he wrote a book on beta glucan called Beta Glucan Nature's Secret, which you can find. And in his book, he actually talks about comparing side by side comparison studies of different beta glucan products, and not just beta glucan, but other immune system products as well. So beta glucan versus vitamin C or echinacea or astragalus. And he tested in his career over 200 different products and published that in about 9 different studies of immune system products and what they can actually do for the immune system. So what was he measuring? He was measuring things like the phagocytosis of neutrophils, or in other words, in English, how effective is your immune system at going in there and cleaning up or gobbling up, phagocytosing all the stuff in your body that's not supposed to be there. Then he was measuring interleukin 2 count. And Dr. Vedvika's philosophy kind of on that was, if a product is not activating those two things, it's kind of like the 80-20 principle. You know, that's kind of, if you're not seeing results from those two things, you're not going to be having an impact on the rest of the immune system. So it's kind of those two tests that have the biggest indicator of how effective an immune system product is. And guess what? Our product tested higher in every assay, every test he ran against every product he ran. And so when we talk about comparisons to other products, other immune system products, it's not our opinion, but it's actually been published in third-party research and put in his book and published in medical journals and repeated by other scientists. And so that's the great thing about the beta-glucan research, is we've got side-by-side comparison studies to other immune system products. So our product beats all the other beta glucans, and it's been published and it's been tested. And that's why we can say that confidently, RSP.
Yes. Well, that's again why I love working with you guys and supporting you and your, let's just say, your investment, not only in the science, but also I mentioned briefly in one of our previous, with one of our previous guests, I think it was with Chris, talking about you guys are invested in freedom. And I don't mean a pious word that's not defined, but freedom of speech, which is the essence of how we remain strong, by communicating, by learning, by teaching, and to not cower in fear because we are censored, or the attempts against the censorship. Well, let's be honest about what we've come through the last few years. A lot of fear-based propaganda to divide us, to have us hide and not connect human to human, not to come together and worship and praise, and all these things that you could tell are so anti-God, right? And you guys have invested in, how do we overcome the fear? As we say, God, is not my words, but we know, we've heard it many times, God did not give us a spirit of fear. And yet so many people are afraid because of what is going around. The things you have done, Reggie, with your team and the beta glucan and AJ and all the folks here, is to invest in things that alleviate that artificial fear, because we no longer have to live in fear when we know we can strengthen our bodies, this temple that we've been given while we are here, the life that we have. And I'm so grateful for that. That's why, you know, that alignment, including in others that have said about working with people that are not, like Dr. Z said, not looking to sell out to the highest bidder to make a fortune and then go off, and then their products that they had integrity, they lose their integrity over time. This is another thing I've seen in my 31 years of doing this as a homeopath. How many good companies are gone, bought up, they still exist, but I wouldn't take their products anymore. So I just want to reiterate for those that are new, especially, many of you are super fans and you know what's going on here and you're part of this and taking advantage of the great deals. But there are some new folks tuning in, and I want you to know the track record here is profound, and it is sound, and it is something that, you know, I've aligned with for many, many years, and I'm grateful that we can still do this together. And so share the good word. And for those of you who are getting their orders doubled, maybe some of you need it so desperately, use it. But for some of you, it might be a gift that you can now give to someone that you didn't know you would be able to do. And that's like such a blessing when you're able to do that. Your heart opens, their hearts open, and that healing spreads. So thank you for giving me a few minutes to say that, in addition to hosting and keeping us on track here, which I still think we are.
We are 2 minutes early. I mean, it's just unbelievable, RSB. And so I love that you shared that verse. God did not give us a spirit of fear, but it says of power. He gave us a spirit of a power and love and a sound mind.
Yes.
And so it is like, hey, you got fear over here. It's not that we just don't need to be over here. It's we've got power, we've got love, and we've got a sound mind. And I would love for you to bring that up with our next guest, Dr. Jonathan Stegall, as he comes on. But Dr. Stegall has the Center for Advanced Medicine in Alpharetta, Georgia. And Dr. Stegall, it is so great to see you. Thank you so much for your time tonight, coming on board. But when you talk about a sound mind, I don't know anyone that is more credentialed in this space, so I'll brag on you for a second. But Dr. Stegall was trained at Clemson, then a master's degree at Georgetown. Then he went to Yale Medical School. He studied a little bit at Harvard as well, and completed a fellowship in integrative oncology. And so he is one of those unicorns in the space that is just so special as a doctor, as a healer, and is working with cancer patients that come in from all over the world to his practice. And I don't want to steal the the thunder here, but Dr. Stegall, I've known you for years, and I'm always just so blown away because here's this integrative oncologist, but one of the first questions you ask all your patients is like starting from the beginning, right? So I'm going to let you go in and explore that with RSP. Y'all have fun. I'll come back in a little bit and ask some more questions. But thank you, Dr. Stegall, for being here.
Well, thanks, Reggie. Thanks for having me. Such an honor.
Dr. Stegall, nice to connect here. More Atlanta champions. I love this.
Right, ATL.
Yep. You talk immune resilience, and I talk about the power to heal, and I believe it's a God-given power that oftentimes we just have to get out of our own way, but we also have to give the body what it needs. What have you learned as a physician? Perhaps things you didn't learn in medical school that you've used in practice?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you certainly in medical school and in our training, we learn all about the immune system and the ins and outs, but what we don't learn a lot about is how we can really improve our immune systems and enhance our immune systems. We're sort of just taught as this is one of these things you either have a good one or you don't, right? And we obviously know that's not true. But when I look at my patients, especially with your cancer, patients, we're talking about, typically years of insult to the body, which certainly includes insult to the immune system. And so, thankfully, most of my patients are aware of all this, but I always spend time talking about, how do we think we got to this point where your body was so attacked that we got cancer, right? And it wasn't just something that your body was exposed to and fought off, as a lot of the theories now are suggesting, that we all have exposures to cancer, but we just, an intact and strong immune system fights it off. But if you have cancer that was diagnosed, something went very wrong. And so we talk a lot about what may have led to that, what kinds of decisions, what kinds of dietary choices and lifestyle choices, what environmental exposures, all these things we talk about, we know that those really play into the health of the immune system. And then on the flip side of that, that's an opportunity to say, well, what can we do to strengthen our immune system? In terms of things we all know about, like exercise and sleep and minimizing stress and working on our diets, but also certainly things we can do from the supplement world, such as beta-glucan.
Now, how have you integrated the Better Way Health beta-glucan into your practice clinically in terms of your patient population? You mentioned cancer, which is, of course, one of the big scaries out there, although I try to tend to believe that fear also feeds cancer. So I want to encourage folks to have an outlook that is loving and filled with health and healing. And part of it is our belief system as well. We can't ignore that. But there are some things that can obviously nourish the immune system back to full functionality. So tell me a little bit about, if you have a story or two or even three in the time we have, of how you've worked with the beta-glucan with your patients.
Sure, absolutely. So, I mean, when a new patient starts with me, we always get a good full set of labs, and part of that is certainly, analyzing the immune system, whether it's, vitamin D status, certainly the white blood cell status. It's so cool. We can look at not only the total white blood cell population in a patient's, body, but we can look at the individual types, the neutrophils, the lymphocytes, the monocytes, eosinophils, basophils. We can even get into the details even more and look at natural killer cell function and all those kind of things. And so, for me, we kind of start with that of okay, well, where do we stand right now? And what's been interesting to me is, a lot of patients that get cancer, they don't have an obviously weak immune system when you look at their blood work, right? They can have extremely normal, robust white blood cell counts and things. I mean, we tend to think, oh, well, surely they have, decreased levels of these immune cells, but they typically don't. They typically have very normal levels of these compared to the population. But what we're learning is there's so much more to the story than that, right? It's more than just a number on a lab report. It's about how do those cells function, not just how many do you have of those immune cells, but how are they functioning? How able are they to truly recognize something foreign and then go get it? Because what we've learned about cancer cells are, they're normal cells that have mutated, right? They used to be normal, healthy cells. All these insults and stressors on the body have caused those once normal, healthy, high functioning cells to mutate to survive. And so that's what cancer is. So cancer is very smart. Cancer looks a lot like normal, healthy cells, but there's little small subtleties there that we know are different. And a strong, capable immune system is going to see those a lot easier and kill those cells before they're a problem. And so we know that with beta glucan, we can actually help, really enhance that part of our immune function so that it sees it better. There's all kinds of studies out there now about, immune competency, and the more competent and strong our immune systems are, the less we get chronic diseases like cancer. And so to me, it's a no-brainer. I mean, I put all my patients on beta glucan. I think it's a great supplement because it's easy. We know it boosts the right parts of the immune system when it comes to something like cancer, to fighting cancer, and no downsides. I mean, I haven't seen a single side effect or problem from beta glucan in all the patients I've treated. So it's just a no-brainer to me.
Well, that matches up to the safety profile that we've discussed tonight as well. And I recognize as a homeopath that bio-individual, needs, right? There are unique needs to each patient that are different. But when it comes to, let's say that general or overall immune function, they all need that. We all need that. So this is something that is rare in that it can be applied practically universally without detriment, right? That's, again, I can't tell people how rare that is because I'm always about what does this individual, what does this patient need? What does this patient need? But in this case, we can apply it as you've described it in a way that does not disrupt any other unique needs that they have, but only enhances that fundamental foundational bottom line.
Right. Absolutely. And certainly in the context of my practice, I mean, being integrative, we utilize chemotherapy, low dose. We do low dose chemotherapy. We do low dose immunotherapy. We're pulling things from mainstream oncology that work really well. Beta glucan is only going to enhance those things, right? In terms of making them work better, allowing the body to, work with those treatments rather than against them. And then certainly, yeah, I mean, the body wants to heal itself, right? I mean, it needs a little help, I think, when it comes to something like cancer that's so complex and potentially aggressive. But man, I mean, why not enhance the immune system with beta glucan? I mean, vitamin D is one of those things that's sort of a non-negotiable for me. You got to have a good vitamin D status. I kind of view beta glucan as the same thing. If you're going to really ramp up your immune system and optimize it, you got to really have both the vitamin D and the beta glucan on board together.
So in addition to your patient population that are in oftentimes desperate need, have you integrated the beta glucan in your personal regimen, much less for your family?
I have, absolutely. My wife and I are both in healthcare. My wife's a nurse practitioner. She's involved in my practice as well. And then I've got, 3 kids. They're 8, 6, and 5. And so certainly they're exposed to plenty of stuff at school and sports and things like that. And so to me, it's just a no-brainer for my whole family, for my wife and me, but also for our kids, especially with the gummies. It's great to be able to really just know that they have that extra level of immune support when they go about their day.
What would you say about your profession? Oncology has earned, not always the 5-star reviews. And I'm not speaking of you individually, but in general, when we think about the overuse and abuse of things that could be helpful. And I love that you're talking almost like a microdosing concept, right? We can achieve more with less sometimes and not risk the life of the patient in treatment. How have you seen your colleagues, perhaps locally in Atlanta or when you go to conferences, embracing this, or is it still a great reluctance? I mean, I'd like to see more docs like you out there doing better for their patient population that are in desperate straits and often can be taken advantage of because of the fear associated with cancer.
Yeah, a great question. We like to say that progress in medicine happens slowly. The more cynical answer to that is it happens one physician death at a time. That's how progress in medicine happens. But no, I mean, people are waking up to this idea, and I'll be honest with you, you know, a lot of that's driven by patients. I mean, patients are well read, they're researched, they have access to all the same studies that doctors do. I mean, PubMed's a great thing. You know, Google and now with AI, I mean, the world really is at your fingertips. And so, you know, patients are much more informed and knowledgeable than ever before. And that's really driving a lot of the change we're seeing, because doctors are being forced to answer these questions. Patient goes into their regular oncologist and says, well, what about my immune system? And what about my vitamin D status? And what about things like beta glucan? I mean, it's forcing doctors to look into these things. And of course, the response is going to vary, right? I mean, sometimes it's going to be I'll look into that. Maybe I can learn something, versus, oh, that doesn't matter. And, you know, everything you need to know I learned in medical school kind of thing. But change is definitely happening. And again, it's patient driven. I can't say there are a lot of doctors like me out there, but that population is growing slowly but surely. So.
Well, I'd like to see that you're impacting your profession for the better. And I think so. Also, as a dad, you mentioned you have 3 kids, and, you know, some of the shocking things that have come out recently, you know, with this so-called MAHA movement, is the rate of chronic disease among young people. Now there's another study that had showed like 40 or so % of all adult Americans are suffering with a non-alcoholic fatty liver disease type diagnoses. So think about that, 4 out of 10 adults having a liver issue. And I'm not talking about dying of liver disease yet, but it's indicative of our toxic lifestyle and deficient lifestyle. And that I think there's a role for a lot of good things that I cover on my show, but certainly, again, foundational to all of that is basic immune function, enhancement, not hyperstimulation, modulation. And that's what the beta glucan is doing, from the mildest proactive stances that many of us are taking with our kids to young adults, to the response to the most severely chronically ill cancer patients out there. And we've heard in every case, it's appropriate.
It is, and it's more important now than ever, based on just the burden that's out there. Like you said, in terms of chronic diseases, liver compromise, you know, these bugs and pathogens out there are only getting smarter, right? And in conjunction, the population in general is only getting sicker, right? In terms of just their health and poor diets and all those things we talk about. So something like we're talking about here to boost immune function, again, it's just a no-brainer to me, and it's essential.
Well, Dr. Stegall, man, thank you for staying up. I guess it's, let's say, 8:41 out there. I'm a couple hours earlier, but I feel like I'm an honorary East Coaster again, like I'd be in Atlanta with Reggie right now doing this. But it's really great to connect with you, and I appreciate all the work you're doing. And I hope if anybody needs the kind of help that you can offer, that they'd seek you out.
Oh, sure. I'm happy to help, and I'm honored to be on this webinar tonight. It's just, again, beta glucan has helped my family and so many of my patients, and so I'm honored to be a part of what you're doing, and thank you for having me.
Dr. Stegall, before you go, tell us, so what's the name of your practice? Where's it at? What types of patients do you see? How can people get in touch with you?
Oh, sure. Yeah, my practice is the Center for Advanced Medicine. We're integrative oncology practice in the Atlanta area, just north of Atlanta in Alpharetta. We do treat patients from throughout the country, and we've some international patients as well. You know, I structure my treatment as a 12-week program, which I found works really well, because a lot of patients are really looking for a lot of answers to a lot of questions, and so to really combine that into a plug and play program, if you will, that's very tailored to the patient, but also we know the things that work well in terms of blending sort of Western medicine and Eastern medicine. And so we found that to work very well. I'm big on data. I'm big on tracking progress and outcomes in my patients. And so I'm just consistently blown away by the results we see just in the patients we've been able to help. I mean, patients that are told to go home and get their affairs in order, and they're still alive years later doing great. You know, that's really gratifying work. And so I'm honored that I've been called to do this. God told me to do this. And so I've listened, and it's just blown me away. And so, yeah, the best way to find out more is just my website. It's tcfam.com. That's an acronym for the Center for Advanced Medicine, but has a lot of information about my program, my practice. And then, you know, I have written a couple of books. They're on Amazon. I wrote Cancer Secrets, as well as Fasting from Cancer. Those were bestsellers. And then I do have a podcast I do as well, the Cancer Secrets podcast. So try to get plenty of information out there for people. I know, especially cancer patients are scared, they're worried, and they've been told all kinds of different things. And so one of my joys really is being able to get information out there that people can truly rely on, because there's a lot of information, and a lot of that is misinformation when it comes to cancer and what people should be doing. So that's what I try to help people with.
I would highly recommend for everyone listening to check out Dr. Segal's podcast. So the Cancer Secrets podcast, you're going to be able to dive deep and learn about his approach, his method, and so much information about cancer. And I can personally attest, we have recommended friends, family, other people to Dr. Segal. And you're incredible. Thank you for the work. Thank you for obeying the call from God that he gave you to do it. And it is incredible to see the results that are coming out of the Center for Advanced Medicine. So thank you for joining us tonight. I know
Thank you.
you got kids and you're going to put everybody to bed. But really, really appreciate you, Dr. Segal. Hope to see you back soon.
Sure. Sounds great. Anytime. I'm always happy to be here.
Great to connect.
Yeah, great to connect. Thank you. We just thank you all genuinely for trusting us with your hard-earned money, for trusting us with your health. And if there's anything that we can do to create better customer experiences, or anything we can do to serve you better, please let us know, and we will do it. And so we love you all. Thank you so much. Good night.
Good night.